yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Like, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Dani in the house, in the house, in the house. Avengers in the house, in the house, in the house, in the house. Swords up, turn up, turn up. Let's get messy, let's get nosy, let's go, let's go. Give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess, you playing checkers, checkmate, checkmate. Next caller, swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, 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 up. I don't like you, can't stand you. If it's stuck, then it's stuck. Get stuck, stuck, stuck. Swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, 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 up. You're mad, they mad. You're pressed, they pressed. Got your bother, they bother. Got your triggers, they trigger. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, swords up, swords up. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Let's go, start the show, let's show. Symbol, we in chill, let's go. Avengers, assemble, 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 assemble. Lights, camera, action. We ready, stay ready, stay ready. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice. Yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Dani in the house, in the house, in the house. Avengers in the house, in the house, in the house, in the house. Swords up, turn up, turn up. Let's get messy, let's get nosy, let's go, let's go. Give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess, you playing checkers, checkmate, checkmate. Next caller, swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, 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 up. I don't like you, can't stand you. If it's stuck, then it's stuck. Get stuck, stuck, stuck. Swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, 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 up. You're mad, they mad. You're pressed, they pressed. tricks. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice.
This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Hey everyone. Wow, StreamYard sometimes it's wonky. But yeah, I'm back, everybody. Happy Thursday. Make sure you smash that like button on your way in here. Smash that like. Yas. So we know that they have now released a photo, well, two photos of the person of interest who they believe to be the shooter. And yeah, so they believe it's someone college age. And yeah, so let's go ahead and look at the photo of the person of interest and some other updates as well, such as HBCUs being threatened, which most people have deemed as non-credible threats or hoax. However, threats are still threats, and who they are targeting and who the threats are directed at, we have to talk about it. It definitely requires a discussion. And another thing that we're going to talk about, of course, is how Matthew um, was actually terminated from MSNBC for his statements about Charlie Kirk, which I believe is causing a chilling effect and chills definitely free speech, I believe. Okay. So we're going to get into that and also a petition I created regarding that matter and why I think it's important. And keep in mind, my views are just that, my views. I don't speak for everyone that tunes into my channel. I know there's a whole thing, Dani and the Avengers, but keep in mind, I'm Dani, the content creator. And the Avengers are individual, separate people, each one separate with their own mind and their own thoughts, okay? We don't always have to agree, but we can agree to disagree. But one thing I will always do for my platform is speak my mind on my platform, on Dani's platform. I will speak Dani's opinions, okay? And I do believe that a lot of things are happening and going on where one side is kind of allowed free speech and the other side is being stifled and chilled out, like chilled as far as their speech goes. And when you start noticing these patterns, you have to speak on it because silence leads to people just continuing on with certain behaviors. Okay. And again, sometimes I do overthink, but a lot of times and most often I'm not overthinking and I'm actually spot on. So I tend to follow my instincts until proven otherwise. Okay. So let's actually start from where we left off. In my last live, if you watched it, I know it was a long live. We pretty much did a lot of coverage from start to finish, catching people up on who is Charlie Kirk, his background, controversial statements. We covered a lot. So keep in mind, if you have not watched my previous live, then I will not be rehashing the same things I have already discussed, including his controversial topics on Trayvon Martin, on DEI with the Black pilot conversation, and MLK, and other controversial topics. So if you think I'm over skipping something or overlooking something, it could be possible that in my long live of 7 hours, I know 7 hours, that I could have possibly already discussed it. So I would say before reaching out to me, make sure you actually review my previous video in full or skim through it to make sure it's something I have not already covered, okay? Because a lot of times I actually cover something and then people reach out and be like, oh, do you know about this? And I'm like, yeah, I covered it. And I definitely get it. Not everyone watches every video. I'm just letting you know that ahead of time. For this live, I'm not overlooking anything. It's possible that I have already discussed that topic. So this is the actual FBI posting. This is the actual FBI posting right here. And it says right here, we are asking for the public's help in identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. And to call this number if you have any information. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI for this information. And again, I was not going to go live again, but obviously when there's a discussion about HBCUs, threats, and other topics, tired or not, I feel like I have to, give my final thoughts or opinions on the topic that I have already covered, especially since if you watch this morning's live, we pretty much covered a lot. And I even was right on a lot of this stuff as far as the suspect. I stated that I don't believe that he parked on campus. I believe he went off on foot. It wouldn't be smart to park on campus or anything, to be on foot and then, and then to get away. Less chances of being identified as far as your vehicle, make and model and things like that, and a possible even tag. And the rifle was found. And now there is something floating around the internet, allegedly from the ATF, and it has not been 100% verified as credible. And in times like this, it seems like it's a mixture of truth, and then there's one piece of information on that talks about transgender and something being etched into and engraved into, or uh, it did not seem realistic at that point. So if you are seeing something on the internet and it has not been actually released from a mainstream news media outlet or even the government itself, I would not believe it, especially when it's kind of like leading you towards a direction of some sort of other group, or towards hate or something else. It says something about the rifle was found and things were engraved about transgenders, and it just seems like it was just something to spread information on that one question, because he was shot after a question on transgenders, and then now all of a sudden they're supposed to find something, and it's not credible. So if you know what I'm talking about, my opinion is I don't believe that until it comes from official sources. There have been people impersonating Fox News to put out fake information on the alleged suspect. People put out fake stuff all the time, and fake stuff circulates. People will send fake emails just to spread false narratives and get people to, like, oh well, it was a transgender question, so let's go attack transgenders. It can be things like that. And I hate to be a conspiracy person, but also the person of interest is still lurking out there, and we don't know what he's up to and what he could possibly be doing to as well, to cover himself or to hide. Okay, so anyways, so I don't trust any random in this sector. We already know we don't really trust random emails or random sources or random things. It has to be verified to the source. Okay. So if ATF comes out with an official statement on that, then I believe it. Until then, no. So it wasn't Fox News that actually put out the other statement I'm referring to about a possible suspect. It was an impersonator page, but I discussed that in the other video. So right here it says FBI Salt Lake City page says, we are asking for the public to help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. And then they actually post two photos. This is the photo right here, and you can actually see him. Looks like he's walking upstairs. He's wearing a hat, sunglasses, sneakers, jeans, a black shirt. He has a flag on the front of his shirt. I do believe that he knows that there are cameras there, and that's why he has a hat. He has these glasses on, and that he knows that they might even capture what he's wearing, and look at what shirt he's wearing. So it's kind of like, I don't know, maybe it's symbolic. He's actually showing the United States flag. So the choice of the shirt that he's actually wearing as well, people can pick up on that. And it looks like he is wearing, it looks like I see a scrap on his shoulder, as if that's like a backpack. So yeah, a long sleeve shirt. There's a printed design on the front. Looks like I said, United States symbols, flag and such. Dark jeans, sunglasses, and a cap. They are obviously walking, and in that right there image right there, like down the hallway or something. And then that other image, they're up the stairs. And then let me actually look closer at the hands, because that could be why they said they have a palm print. Obviously, this person would not want to wear gloves, because wearing gloves would make it obvious that he's up to something. So it's kind of like you have to blend in. Like, you have the backpack, you have the hat on, you have this, but you don't want to wear gloves or even a mask, because that's obvious that what you're up to with no good. But so you have to blend in. So with that being said, that's how people can now have an image of the actual suspect. It looks like, to be honest, that they have tried to fix this image. So I don't think this is the raw image and the raw footage from the surveillance. I believe that the FBI has tried to fix the image to make it bring more clarity to the image. And then here's another one right here. Now, to be honest, in the one picture, he looks older, and then in this picture, it looks a little bit younger. But again, you can tell by the shadowing on the right side of his face that the quality wasn't that great, and they tried to fix it, and then it gave it some discoloration. And then it will have this one right here. You can see right here clearly, a little bit more clearly. And if you can see on in the back, you can see like a little something sticking up. So I believe that this person did have some sort of backpack, obviously, because they have a rifle, right? So the rifle has to be hidden in the backpack or has to be somewhere. So they have to carry a backpack. And this is a school campus, so a backpack is not going to be, someone carrying a backpack is not going to be unusual. And in fact, if you actually look at this picture, let me see, that's not that one. Here's this one. You can kind of see, like on the back of him, you can see like there's something still like sticking out. That's not a part of his clothing. You can see the bulge, so he definitely has a backpack on his belongings. The black scraps are blending in with the black shirt, so it could be like a black backpack, but we don't know. We can't see. It could be a black scraps and then something completely different in the back. But what we do know is that, ladies and gentlemen, this person appears to be white. Okay, this person is white. This person isn't black. So we have to say, why are HBCUs being threatened? And why are people talking about foreigners? And when the actual suspect is white. So I hate to be this person, but I will be this person. It's a white on white crime. It is. It is. So we need to. There should be no deflection here about, other people, minorities are speaking out, and people are speaking out because of his controversial statements. However, he was taken out and he was unalived by this alleged person of interest, a shooter that's white, wearing an American flag on the shirt with a baseball cap, and a white male, someone in his own community and group. So are we going to talk about that conversation? So we're going to talk about it. Okay. So that is the topic of conversation here. So people are wondering, obviously, why these threats are going on and on and on about, different communities as to who they probably thought unalived him. But a lot of times these shooters are typically white males for these types of shootings. Not always, but, So are people shocked? I'm sure they probably wished it was some terrorist, minority or terrorist or someone that wasn't white, but this is actually a white guy that unalived another white guy. Okay. And now so with that, here's one of the images. Let's see here. To be honest, in some angles, he looks like he could be older. And then in others, younger. And what I want to say is that race is being discussed obviously because of his controversial topics, and race is also being discussed because people are targeting HBCUs and foreigners. So that's race is being brought up. And I will tell you who's actually bringing up these mentioning different people. Okay, hold on. So I actually wanted to try something here. To be honest, his age looks different when he's walking up the stairs compared to down the hallway. So this could be someone that could be, I don't know, y'all. What do y'all think about? I'm not even getting into that transgender. I don't know if you were here earlier. I'm not getting into the transgender topic. Okay, until the ATF comes out and says something about that fake thing circulating, I'm not going to get into that because I believe that it was just a coincidence that I think it was a coincidence that he was just shot after that transgender question. Okay, this person obviously had this prepared. They came to this campus with the gun. They already were going to shoot him. It's not about the question that he was answering or anything like that. I just believe that some people are trying to spread this transgender narrative, but until there's actual proof that there was some sort of engravement or some sort of something etched into it, I'm not going to go along with that transgender stuff. Okay. So no, I don't think it's a transgender. I don't think this whole thing has anything to do with transgender stuff or topics. Hold on one second. Yeah, people are being targeted from all groups. Transgender communities being targeted, foreigners, Black community. People are just being targeted. So we have to be careful of what we believe online until it's actually confirmed. Because if you just believe anything, then you might fall for some sort of propaganda or fake narratives that are being spun about a certain group of people because they want those people to be attacked or harmed. People do that, so you have to be careful. But I will talk about and so y'all can have an understanding of what I'm talking about. I just didn't want to show it because I don't want that to be spread. But I will actually show where this rumor is coming from, okay? Because I was not going to discuss it because I just feel like discussing it helps to spread it more. What this whole thing is coming from. Hold on. And why I don't believe it's authentic until I get it from the government sources. And the one right here, he looks to be younger. But then the one going up the stairs, he looks older. I'm actually going to try to search up the image on his shirt to see what comes back. Now, I want to clarify that what I'm about to show is not the real picture, okay? So what I'm showing you now is actually a real picture from the FBI, but this is not the real picture, so do not circulate it as the real picture. So this one right here can kind of have him looking that he could be someone older, but have the build and body build of someone younger. Again, this is not the right image, is not right side image is not the one that's real. That's real, okay? That's the one that I'm saying that could be, it's like a depiction, okay? That can show someone that's a little bit older. And then we have, hold on, let me see something. So I see people are online are all trying to figure out the shirt graphic and what's on his shirt. Hold on. Let's see this right here. Let me look at this. So, Land of the Free, Home of the Brave, long sleeve T-shirt that has a flag and then it has an eagle on the front. That could be it right there, right? Again, these are people's images, including my own images, of people that's trying to see what the person could actually look like, okay? Land of the Free, Home of the Brave, long sleeve T-shirt. So let me actually take this image right here, and then I'm gonna put it on this right here. Okay, so Land of the Free, Home of the Brave, long sleeve T-shirt. So let's look at this shirt. This shirt right here, long sleeve black shirt, the eagle in the middle, direct center. Land of the Free, Home of the Brave. So what message is this person sending? And also, I'm sure they knew that they had cameras. Could this be a student at the school knowing that they have cameras on campus, right? And they have cameras on campus, so they're going to see me on camera, and then they're going to zoom into my shirt, and they're going to see this message: Land of the Free, Home of the Brave. So let's go back to the original. What I want y'all to keep in mind is always go back to your original picture first. Okay, this is the only pictures they have released so far, the FBI, these pictures. Any other depictions are people trying to make their own like depiction of how this person could look So this right here is the original person. Let's blow this up. Let's blow this up. And again, that's what they mean by that CCTV. It wasn't a great quality. Oh, no, no, no. Let me actually. So I do believe this is the closest I've seen so far to being what the shirt could possibly be. A long sleeve black shirt with that eagle and that flag. Okay, I'm gonna take that. Mhm. And then where's the one of him walking down the hallway? And that's this one. So with that being said, I do see that his face is rounded right there and not as slim when he's there. And so I don't think that he's as old. You know how some people are younger, but they still look slightly older at the same time? It could be that. Another version I could have of how he might look is this, but I would need to change from the Statue of Liberty to an eagle. This is how I think he might look with the baseball cap. And as you can see, the rounded chin, chisel right there. With when he's walking up the stairs, you can see that he has this older but yet younger look at the same time. No, I wanted to keep in mind this is not him. This is not the realistic. This okay. I want everyone to understand that this is my image of I'm trying to see how he might look. The only picture that we know 100% is him is this. Okay? These are the real pictures of him that were released by the FBI. Images that you're seeing circulating that are clear are people trying to clean up these images or clarify these images or fix them up. Okay, so please do not spread this as this is the person, this is the person. No, people are trying to figure out who this guy is and what's on his shirt. Okay, so these images are blurry. So obviously people don't like blurry images. So people are trying to say, hey, how could this guy possibly look? Okay, so I'm saying that he could possibly look like this. This is not from the FBI. This is from me. Okay. Please do not spread it as this came from the FBI. Obviously, this is too clear to come from a CCTV. And this is a possible shirt right here. Um, at first I was thinking it was a Statue of Liberty, but I can see now this is actually an eagle. It could possibly be more like an eagle. And this is the shirt he's wearing, this long sleeve black. So I would change my image to put it as an eagle in the middle instead of Statue of Liberty. Okay. And then hold on. Because right here on the real image, he has you can see wings right here. You can see the bird wings. You can see like the bird, you can see wings or something there. So, and then you can see the flag right here, the lines of the flag. Let's see, uno, dos, tres. You can see 3 stripes right here for the flag. That's right here. So if you see that flag, there's 3 stripes, and then something in the center looks like a wing with a bird, right? So if you go here, you can see the flag at the top right there with the 50 stars, and then you see the 3 stripes right there, and then the wings. So this is more realistic than the Statue of Liberty, as far as what's on the front of his shirt. Yeah, exactly. So he looks like he's older in that one photo. So let me actually show you another one. Hold on. Okay, so now we have Land of the Free, Home of the Brave, the eagle right there. And then now this person looks young but old at the same time. And by old, I mean, then college students age. They have this shirt on, sneakers, backpack, possible. And please again, do not spread this as the real person. I'm just playing around with the stuff, okay? Now I do believe that that shirt is the shirt, and that this person could look like this, because from the side, this person definitely has the jaws are like more broad and structured, right? From the side, it gives a more rounded looking appearance. But when he's walking up the stairs, it seems like his face is more sunken in or more slim, or it could be due to shadowing. So let's go back to the FBI post one more time and let me show you what I'm talking about. These are the actual real images from the FBI. When he's walking up the stairs, his face is more slim looking, but it could be due to the shadowing, due to poor quality, and them trying to edit the photo to give it more clarity. His face seems more like sunken in, right? Like slimmer. And it also could be the angle. And then you can see the shirt clearly right there. Sneakers and things like that, walking up the stairs. He also seems a little bit nervous about someone is obviously there at, coming down the stairs. So he's like, obviously someone's gonna say, they're gonna recognize, oh, I saw this guy going up the stairs. So it's best to be coast clear where no one is around, but if you see someone there, now you know that's one witness. And then we have this one where the side of his face is more full and more rounded. It's not like all the way sunken in. So that's why I said the side profile is different from the face fronting profile of this guy, right? So that leads to, I believe that this actually is a shirt right here. Long sleeve black shirt, and that I will have to go with this. This is probably my last pick as to how this person might look. This is if you think the person is 30 or like older, around 30s, this would be probably what I would think. If you think the person is younger, then I think it'll be more like this one. Now, in this photo right here, in the real one, let me go to the real one on FBI post. Where is it? Let's zoom into this one. It's kind of like he almost has like a little bit of a, I don't know, something. He could be actually having some sort of like a facial expression or something. So that could have made his cheeks more pronounced. Like if he actually was smiling, smirking, or just like had some, he did anything to make his cheekbones like, fuller with some sort of facial expression. That could also cause that. So if you think he's younger, I think it would be more like something like this if you think he's younger, but obviously not with the Statue of Liberty, but with the eagle. And if you think he's older, 20s if you think he's like right there, and 30s would be, where did I put it? Right here. So anyways, we're gonna go talk about another topic now. So again, realistically, the only image that's verified from the FBI of how this guy looks is go to the FBI Salt Lake City, Utah page, and you'll see the real images of how this person actually looks, okay? And this is the real image of how this person actually looks on the FBI page. And this is the quality you get. Okay, so if you see any images online that does not look like this and does not look like that, then you're looking at someone's image that they have altered to try to figure out who this guy is. It's not the real authentic one. Okay, so that's just to clarify. Okay, so let's move on to another topic, but let me give a shout out real quick. Shout out to Leslie in the building. Thank you so much for the fan funding super sticker. Y'all, something. Y'all can shout out to Leslie. I appreciate the fan funding super sticker. I appreciate it. Also, shout out to Low Key in the building. Thank you so much as well. Says, thank you, Dani, for this amazing community you built and the incredible vendors I get to interact with daily. I learned something new from each one of you through the lives and the collaboration in chat. Thank you so much for the fan funding. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy the community. And I appreciate y'all as well. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. So what do y'all think about this guy? And do y'all think they have already received tips as to who he is? You say he looks like 42 or 43. Here's one thing I want to point out to why I think this person is older. The marksmanship, the way, and the precision. Where was someone in a college age? Like when I say college age, I mean typical college student age, like fresh out of high school, maybe up to 23. Some people probably will have some military experience, but to have this much precision, this person had to, I don't know. I just feel like this person would be older since how well they shot. Usually that comes with experience or some sort of training, firearms training or something. I don't know. So I would expect this person to be close to 30 at least. But I mean, who knows? We don't know. We will see. Okay. And I'm also shocked that they threw the weapon because Yeah, throwing a weapon, you know, that's like evidence. So why would you toss the weapon? That's evidence. And your fingerprints are going to be on it. So it's kind of like, unless you wipe it down beforehand. So we will see what's going to happen, okay? So I actually want to show this video while I'm preparing the next part because I need to hold on. Wait, where is it? So the next video I'm actually going to show is a little bit talking about the controversy surrounding Kirk, okay? So this is a continuation of that. Well, I hope they did not remove the video. Hold on. Oh, it's right here. Hold on.
Black women in particular, we only have thoughts for Charlie Kirk. Now, some of them have thoughts and prayers, but most of us only have.
I hate when they just automatically start the video. Let me actually get ready for it first and turn the volume on.
So listen, a lot of people upset that blacks only have thoughts for Charlie Kirk, right? Black women in particular, we only have thoughts for Charlie Kirk. Now, some of them have thoughts and prayers, but most of us only have thoughts. And the reason why is because he attacked black women as often as he could. Unsolicited attacks as often as he could. Okay? And so I'm going to put this right here. I'm going to lay it here so you can see for yourself. Because see, a lot of times you only see what you want to see. You only see what you want to see. So I'm going to lay this right here. And after this, I won't ever say his name again because it is not my goal to keep his legacy alive. Oh, and one more thing. It is 9/11. Thousands of people died today. And this is what we're talking about. Let's take a moment to remember the victims of 9/11 today.
I'm gonna remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian. See a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. If I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman. I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? And Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks. We would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like...
So listen, A lot of people upset that blacks only have thoughts for Charlie Kirk, right? Black women in particular, we only have thoughts for Charlie Kirk. Now, some of them have thoughts and prayers, but most of us only have thoughts. And the reason why is because he attacked black women as often as he could. Unsolicited attacks as often as he could. Okay? And so I'm going to put this right here. I'm going to lay it here so you can see for yourself. Because, see, a lot of times you only see what you want to see. You only see what you want to see. So I'm going to lay this right here. And after this, I won't ever say his name again because it is not my goal to keep his legacy alive. Oh, and one more thing. It is 9/11. Thousands of people died today. And this is what we're talking about. Let's take a moment to remember the victims of 9/11 today.
I'm gonna remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian. See a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. If I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman. I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? And Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks. We would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like...
So listen, a lot of people upset that blacks only have thoughts for Charlie Kirk, right? Black women in particular, we only have thoughts for Charlie Kirk. Now, some of them have thoughts and prayers, but most of us...
For those that watch part one, I already went over this in full detail and gave my viewpoint on this, okay? And again, for a quick summary, DEI is about making sure candidates from all backgrounds have a fair, equal chance and opportunity. It's not about choosing someone less qualified. People are acting like someone that is not qualified is given a spot. It's kind of like if two people are qualified for a job, if people are qualified for a job, then it's saying to give equal opportunity to everyone applying for the job. Without diversity, people watching out to make sure that people's jobs and workplaces and school places are diverse, people can discriminate and they can only select based on their racism or biases, only select white students. So it's the way to decrease discrimination based on race and ethnicity or other, even gender. And for people to understand, even for white women, they benefit from DEI because of sexism and a sexist society, misogynistic society. A lot of times men are given jobs over women, and women can say, hey, we're just as qualified to be the boss or the head or the top. And oftentimes there were glass ceilings and other things that stopped them from getting to those positions and that males were given. So with DEI, People, even white women, benefit from, having a fair shot or chances at opportunities that were only usually before given to white men. So when people think of DEI, they automatically think about Black people, minorities, and they don't think about that white women benefit because of sexism. And yes, when you are someone that's Black, you benefit because of sexism, and you also have to deal with racism, which we can bring up Crenshaw's intersectionality and other topics where Black women deal with sexism and racism, and then there's an intersection where those two oppressions merge. And then you can say, what if you're a Black woman and you're a lesbian, and you're a woman and you're Black and you're gay, a lesbian? So now you're dealing with homophobia, racism, and sexism. So with white women, they deal with just sexism. Black women, racism, sexism, and then Black lesbian women, racism, sexism, and then homophobia. So when you're actually looking at these different groups, look at the intersection to where these different identities merge and oppressions merge, and you can see where it's not just about one person dealing with one thing. It's different identities that can affect someone or lead to oppression. Okay, and that's what people want. That's what people want everyone to look at. And as a white woman, you might notice this, like, oh, okay, well, I can understand the sexism. Yeah, you can understand it because that's affecting you and that's impacting you. You understand sexism, and it impacts you and affects you. The issue is when you start, ignoring what other people experience. And then you can say, well, I can understand sexism because it impacts me and affects me, men, and how men view women and treat women, and misogyny. So why can't you on the other hand understand, I'm not saying all, but some understand that Black women, we have to deal with the same thing you're dealing with sexism, misogyny, and we have to deal with, maybe you're not racist, but there are people in your community that are racist. So now we have to deal with their racism as well. So that's what people want people to keep in mind, that what you have to understand, what everyone is dealing with. And if you are also a lesbian and a Black woman, then people have to understand that you're dealing with homophobia and sexism and racism. And then, of course, if you're a trans woman, now it just keeps going more. I'm not saying oppression Olympics. I'm just saying understanding all of these identities and how they intersect and how that can impact people. So when we're looking at DEI, we're not saying that people that are less qualified are going to just get it because they're Black or a minority or a woman. It's saying that we're going to be more diverse and inclusive. Diverse, that's that D. Diverse and DEI is we're going to be more diverse. We're going to have more equity, which is the E for equality and equality. And then we're going to have the I, which is the DEI of inclusive. So you're going to be more, that means inclusion, to allow everyone to feel included and welcome as well into that space. So you can allow someone in this space, but you still also want to make sure they're treated as equals within that space and also feel included and welcome within that space. So if, for example, I'm in graduate school, which I am, I still, to get in, which they might take 10 to 12 students per year, like new students. To get in, I still have to have the GPA listed on the website. They have the GPA requirements. You still have to meet those requirements. You can't say, oh, I'm Black, so now I don't have to meet that GPA requirement. No, I still have to meet that GPA requirement to actually apply. I can't even apply unless I meet that. And then I still have to have certain test scores to also pass. So I have to pass and have those test scores. And then from there, people have to understand, once I apply, if someone is racist, they can just go choose all white people. And then that allows them, racism can exist when there's no rules in place to require some diversity. It's like a checks and balances of having some sort of to stop or prevent discrimination. That's all it is for me, because everyone still has to have that same meet the same requirements. Everyone still has to graduate and pass taking the same exams, doing the same papers, doing the same research, the same requirements as far as passing and graduating. You still have to meet every milestone and every requirement. It's not going to be handed to you. It's like, oh, you get a passing grade because you're Black. No, you have to earn your grade. Everything is earned. And it's unfair when people see someone Black in a top position or a high position or in a graduate program or some high level, and they automatically assume, oh, you only got it because you're Black, when you're freaking slaving away, no pun intended by saying that, when you're actually working hard as hell to get where you are, and often working twice as hard as even white people to even get to that spot. And then for you to do all this work and all this work and all this work, and people say, oh, it would just hand it to you. You're not even smart enough to be there, when there's Black inventors, there's Black people that have invented a lot of things that people rely on even for life and to live. People don't think about that, because it goes back to what racism, and racism is saying that Black people are inferior and not smart enough or intelligent enough to do anything. So since they're not smart enough or intelligent, that means that they have to be handed things or just given things. They're not smart enough to accomplish anything, which is goes down and boils down to racism. So is anyone believing automatically that DEI means that someone was just handed a spot that didn't actually earn? It's automatically just being racist, because they're acting like that person is too dumb to actually get that spot. Yeah. So anyways, with that being said, and yeah, and they're also overlooking the fact that DEI also covers white women who deal with sexism. So they also benefit from DEI, okay? So anyways, I'm not, again, every time I play these types of videos, I'm not going to repeat this same information, because it can get repetitive or redundant. So assume that once you already hear my opinion right now, that if I play another video or do another live tomorrow, I'm not going to regurgitate and repeat the same information every day on the same topic. So consider it as a continuation from the previous day, okay? Because I want to make sure people understand I'm not just ignoring what someone is saying. It's just I'm just not repeating myself from a previous conversation, okay? Yeah. So no, in closing, I wanted to say DEI does not mean that they're relaxing the qualifications, that there's no more qualifiers or anything like that. The best candidate still gets a job. DEI does not replace merit. It just ensures that merit is judged fairly across different groups and everyone is given equal opportunity, okay? Equal opportunity. It's a fair process for everyone to compete for the job based on talent and ability, okay? Yeah. So let's move on to the next topic. So Trump admin issues Charlie Kirk warning to foreign nationals. So let's listen to this really quickly.
The Presidential Medal of pleased to announce that I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd, very, very big. Before we begin, let me express the horror and grief so many Americans at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk have felt. Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on.
Okay, I need to hold on a second.
Posthumously, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big. Before we begin, let me express the horror and grief so many Americans at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk have felt. Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on.
A top State Department official warned foreign nationals in the U.S. that anybody glorifying Wednesday's assassination of influential conservative activist Charlie Kirk is not welcome in the country and will face appropriate action. In light of yesterday's horrific assassination of a leading political figure, I want to underscore that foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to our country. The Deputy Secretary of State posted to X, so that's Christopher Lando. I have been disgusted to see some on social media. To see some on social media praising, rationalizing, or making light of the event, and have directed our consular officials to undertake appropriate action. Please feel free to bring such comments by foreigners to my attention so that the State Department can protect the American people. When asked by Newsweek for clarification on how this will be reflected in visa policy, a State Department spokesperson said the Trump administration did not believe visas should be given to those whose presence in the U.S. did not align with national security interests. Why it matters? So the message from the Trump administration once more brings immigration into the discussion around freedom of speech and whether the federal government can deny or revoke visas for a person's opinion or views. Since January, some visas have been revoked over immigrants' views that are seen by the State Department as being in support of Hamas, which the U.S. views as a terrorist organization. The moves provoked legal challenges over First Amendment rights. Lando's message comes after President Donald Trump gave an address from the Oval Office on Wednesday night, promising a tough response toward those who had enabled Kirk's assassination. Trump called Kirk a martyr for truth and freedom and condemned the demonizing of political opponents in the U.S., even as he claimed the rhetoric of the radical left was directly responsible for Kirk's death. While Republicans and Democrats have denounced the conservative influencers killing despite differences in viewpoints, there have been some in the US and around the world who have been seen to celebrate or glorify the shooting at Utah Valley University. It is the latter group, those from outside the US, that Lando targeted with his post on X on Thursday morning, echoing similar messages from Secretary of State Marco Rubio when the State Department began revoking student visa holders' legal status earlier this year. Immigration advocates have criticized such efforts, saying people are allowed to express their views under the First Amendment or freedom of speech rights. However, the State Department can deny visas for people it sees as inciting violence or supporting terrorism. The State Department is yet to clarify how Lando's message will be implemented when it comes to visa applications. So let me actually go to his original official post. I can see for myself. So yeah, it's right here. Actually on his X right here. So yeah, he did. He said right here, in light of yesterday's horrific assassination of a leading political figure, I want to underscore that foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to our country. I have been disgusted to see some on social media praising, rationalizing, or making light of the event, and have directed our consular officials to undertake appropriate action. Please feel free to bring such comments by foreigners to my attention so that the State Department can protect the American people. Wow. So the thing is, I understand that they are trying to say, okay, well, if you trying to say this is inciting violence and you're supporting terroristic terrorism and things, I definitely get that. However, on the other hand, as far as free speech, that also I can understand when people saying free speech is being stifled. And also it's a distraction from real threats. When white supremacists or even domestic actors are increasingly targeting American campuses, shifting the narrative to foreigners are the real threat, risk minimizing or ignoring domestic hate. This is especially troubling when the predominantly Black campuses are being targeted right now, especially HBCUs, which we will cover. Now, here's the issue. It's why is there a focus on foreigners right now when let's go back to that post. When the person of interest is actually a white male with the United States flag on his shirt. This is the person of interest. So why are we talking about foreigners again? When the person that actually committed the violence, the person responsible for the violence that you're speaking of, is right here and he's white. That he's not, it doesn't look like a foreigner. Now, there are some white foreigners from other countries, but let's look. This is a white male. So I'm curious as to why we're talking about HBCUs that are getting threatened. Why are they getting threatened again when they are not responsible? A Black person is responsible. So why HBCUs getting threatened? Foreigners are not responsible. Well, this guy doesn't look like a foreigner. He looks like a white American wearing a flag. United States flag with an eagle in the middle. So who's the real threat with these mass shootings? So who's the real threat to with the mass shootings? Are the mass shootings. Who's the threat? As far as in this situation, who's the threat? It's the white male United States flag blends in with the campus, with the majority white campus, right? So this is a domestic actor, not a foreign actor. So talking about foreigners is like a scapegoat and a deflection. Foreigners are being used as a scapegoat, and this stokes xenophobia, which can feed into racist sentiments against American-born racial minorities. This can also make it so now other people are going to be attacked. Or let's go out here and find all these comments from foreigners about what happened, and instead of actually thinking about how can we stop this from happening again, to where what's going on with with the white male that unalived white on white crime, where a white male unalived another white male and shot him in the neck. So if you're looking for someone to blame, look at the white male that shot him in the neck. So I don't think people want to have that conversation. Not everyone, but some people don't want to have this conversation because this is not the face of the person they want. This is not the face they want. They would rather it be the face of someone else that unalived Charlie Kirk. But no, people. We have to face reality. This is the person that you should be targeting and looking at and saying, why did this white male unalive another white male? Because that's what these people always say. Oh, yeah, black on black crime. Now I'm saying right now we have to focus on this white on white crime as far as this shooting, because that's what it was, right? So if political messaging focuses on foreigners, resources and attention shifts away from detecting and countering the real issue. This was domestic, and that this was someone that, who is this guy? Was, we don't know, but he's white and he's appears to be domestic. Okay. So this is not about a foreigner. This is not even about a minority. So how can you fix this issue and keep it on the actual target and the actual suspect and the actual group of people that's responsible? And it's you have to just say white on white. So I just feel like a lot of distraction and deflection is going on here. Okay. If this guy were black or minority or Indian or someone Arab, I feel like the focus would be heavily on, or he was an immigrant. The focus would be heavy on, this is an illegal immigrant, this is a black thug, this is the Arab, this is an Indian, this is this. The focus would be heavy on his race. But now there's not a heavy focus on this guy's race because he's white. So now let's actually we're not even going to focus on this guy as far as that. Let's just focus on the fact that let's threaten some HBCUs. Let's bring up how we are going to take screenshots of foreigners and how they're a threat because they're celebrating in this the unaliving of a racist. Okay. So now HBCUs and their students may feel particularly they're vulnerable at the rhetoric blaming foreigners or bringing foreigners. I just believe the whole foreigner conversation is a distraction and a way of saying silence, shh, be quiet. Here's the issue that I'm going to bring up in just a minute about Charlie Kirk and how he lived his life, okay? And this is not a way to, I'm not blaming him for his death, which people try to say about Matthew Dowd, okay? Dowd, I got to get his last name correct. I'm just being honest here, that I feel like there's a deflection going on, because had he had been a minority, there would have been a lot of postings and this and that about his race. But now that he's not a minority, we still want to focus on minorities, but foreigners and Black people, even though they're not involved in it, it's a deflection away from the key issue that this is a domestic white male that actually did this crime. And so now we have to get into understanding of why this happened, where a white male took out another white male, if you're being honest here, okay? So with the HBCUs, the threats are happening in a climate of political violence and extreme polarization. Especially, it just all happened after Charlie Kirk's assassination. And what if people actually step outside of it and realize that he led a life full of controversy, and that he was happy to participate in these controversial topics. He was happy to debate in these controversial topics. He actually went back and forth with people with these controversial topics while he was alive. So now that he's no longer here, people are acting as if these conversations are supposed to cease and desist and stop. But why? If he led a life full of controversy and these are controversial topics, then why are now everyone supposed to stop speaking on the controversy that he created and the controversial topics that he spoke on? If he were here, he would still be going back and forth with these topics. So now the topics no longer exist, or they are supposed to be just disappearing into thin air, that he had these conversations and these talking points, and that he is a racist. He is a racist. So is now that he's no longer here, the fact that he's a racist is spoke these racist rhetoric is supposed to be, now people are not supposed to be like what? So again, I'm not saying that people should be excited that he's no longer here. I'm saying that people should not chill and silence free speech of people speaking out about his racist and divisive speech. So again, I am speaking only to the fact that I feel that people are being silenced, and it's like, oh my gosh, even for me right now, people are like, oh my gosh, he's no longer here. Why you focus on the controversial statements that he said? Is that supposed to disappear? Your legacy is what you create. His legacy is talking about controversial topics. So once he's no longer here, people are still going to talk about the controversy surrounding him. And I feel like that's being silenced and hushed. Like, shh, don't talk about it. Huh? And it's not in a way to talk about it to blame him for his death. It's a way to talk about it as in that's what he did. That's his job. That's his occupation. That's what he did for a living. We're talking about what he did and what he said as himself and what he surrounded himself with. And everyone is saying the same thing, but in different ways. For example, Trump pretty much said, what did Trump say? He said that he believed that Charlie Kirk was unalived because people want to silence his voice in free speech, right? So if you believe that people want him unalive to silence his free speech, what was his free speech? That will be my next question. Okay, what free speech did they want to silence? Answer. What free speech did they want to silence? If you say he was being silenced for his because he had free speech in what he was saying, then I'm saying, what was he saying? So you want to stop it that he was unalive because people want to silence his free speech. So you're saying right there that it's his speech. You're blaming right there. You're saying that his speech is the issue. So when Matthew from MSNBC says the exact same thing, he says his speech was the issue. Now he described it as hate speech. and others might describe it as positive speech. So whether you describe it as positive speech or hate speech, you're still saying that the underlying thing is you're saying that you believe the things he spoke in his speech led to some sort of reaction or response. So with that, both sides are saying that his speech, whether you believe that it was real, truthful, positive, or great, or negative, you believe that it has something to do with the things that he said, the controversial statements. So why is it okay for people to speak on this if they are saying that his speech was positive or great or good for America, but it's negative for people to speak on it if they feel like his speech was racist and oppressive and offensive? So I feel like there's a silencing of the other side where they want to speak on this and say that it was negative rhetoric and racist and divisive rhetoric. And then there's a positive for people that want to speak on it as if it's great, yay. So my thing is, y'all understand what I'm saying, that if Trump is allowed to say that he believes he was silenced, unalive because of his free speech, and to take away his free speech and his speech, and then Matthew says he believes that he was also unalive because of his speech, but he described it as hate speech, then they're both saying that they believe that speech and the things he has said is the motive. So we're both, they're all describing motives, okay? Now, of course, people can say, well, Matthew has more responsibility as a journalist, as a media journalist and reporter. He has more responsibility to be more sensitive to the current climate if something just recently happened and how it can be perceived as victim blaming. Here's the thing about motives. When you're discussing a possible motive of a suspect, in a way that could actually be perceived as victim blaming, because you're saying the suspect unalived the victim because of this or that, based on your speculation. However, that's not always seen that's not really victim blaming. That's describing a possible motive. And that way, that means cops are always trying to say, oh, it just means from the perpetrator's standpoint, what do you believe caused this? It's not trying to say that the victim is responsible. It's saying what's the possible motive. And most people are saying that, take a poll or vote, that they believe a motive was his controversial speech. Whether you believe it was right or negative or positive or negative or racist or not racist, you believe that it has something to do with his polarizing statements and controversial statements and his outspoken speech. So that way you would say, well, he was unalived because you feel like the perpetrator did it because of the speech. It's not blaming him as like victim blaming him, is saying a possible motive. So I think that people need to understand the difference between describing a possible motive and then actually blaming the victim. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so let's go to an actual live press conference really quickly. But press 1 if you understand what I'm saying, and press 2 if you need more clarification before we move to the next topic, okay? Hold on. So let's go to this actual live video real quick, and then we will discuss the HBCU topic. I don't think it'll be much. I think that this guy will be found sooner. Than we think.
At the CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. And I know that you have some information from Kash Patel.
Yes, he just posted on X that the person of interest that FBI was questioning has now been released. So yet another twist to this confusing afternoon. We've had a lot of conflicting information over the last few hours. There was an individual arrested. Initially, that person was released. It appeared that the FBI and authorities were saying that a second person of interest was being questioned. That is our understanding, according to the information that's been made public by law enforcement. Kash Patel jumped the gun about 10 minutes prior to a law enforcement press conference about an hour ago, saying that a suspect was in custody. Now walking that back. So is there an active manhunt? On our screen, we're seeing SWAT teams out walking around. This has really been a challenging environment for law enforcement, and they don't appear to have been ready for this type of an event. Clearly, they had a small number of resources covering the event, and then in the immediate aftermath, it's unclear if they know who the suspect is. So very strange series of events in the wake of this horrific targeted, brutal attack that left Charlie Kirk dead. You saw that gunshot fired. Our experts that we're talking to say likely about 100 to 200 meters away. The school told us they believe they know from which building the shot was fired. Law enforcement tell us they believe the shot was fired from the roof. I've been reviewing footage. I do see footage of an individual running on the roof, but we don't know if that was the shooter. So lots of questions remaining there on the scene.
Yeah, absolutely, Anna. And if we kind of backtrack, initial reports said that there was a person in custody. That was within the hour of the shooting. And then just recent reports saying that that person had been released and that there was a person of interest being questioned. So at this point, where do things stand? There is no suspect. There is no one in custody, correct?
That's right. At this point, we do not have any information to lead us to believe that there is a suspect, that they even know the identification of the shooter. This is a very weak position for law enforcement to be in hours after the attack. Every minute that passes by gives a suspect who could be on the run more time to get further away from the scene. What's heartening is that there is a lot of surveillance cameras around the area, like really anywhere. And it just takes time for law enforcement to recover that footage, go through it. It's painstaking work. Of course, they're going to put every agent on it. But, what's interesting about this event, it really caught everyone off guard. And this is a person who was one of their own, an associate of Kash Patel, very tight with Donald Trump. I think the shock and the mourning seems to have affected the way this is all playing out. We were seeing a release from Kash Patel that likely went out too soon, talking about a suspect in custody. Now we're hearing that it was a person of interest who was released already. Very confusing, not a organized effort in terms of keeping the public informed about where law enforcement was in terms of the investigation.
And I can't help but wonder, I know that there's a lot of surveillance video, but I just wonder about the security and manpower that was physically there. And I do find it interesting that this was a conservative speaker. There was a lot of talk prior to him coming, some talk that people didn't want him there. So I'm curious where that security was in the lineup of things for this particular event.
It's a great question. So Charlie Kirk does have his own security team, a relatively small team, but there were people around him in the immediate area around him who worked directly for him, and they likely coordinated with the university in advance in some capacity. They, picked the location. They coordinated on a time for people to come and set up. They probably also coordinated with student leaders at Turning Point USA at the university who invited Kirk to attend. So I'm sure there were conversations about that. Now, there were about a half dozen local police who were also present, according to law enforcement. There were more than 3,000 people potentially that attended the event. So that woefully understaffed is how I would describe that. If there were, in fact, only a handful, even if there were a dozen police officers, for that many people, that's really not enough, because when you draw a crowd like that in the open air and it's warm outside, things happen. People need help. People need first responders. My instinct is that Kirk thought, okay, I'm being invited by this student group. I founded this 12 years ago. There was a level of comfort thinking that he was speaking to a friendly crowd. And by all accounts, if you look there, he was. There was chatter online, discussion, controversy around the event. But he's used to that, and he invites that. That was his whole modus operandi, was to invite vociferous debate, even controversy around himself, and he was comfortable with that. Unfortunately, it appears that the organizers really miscalculated how much police presence they needed. But I would also say, in law enforcement's defense, to secure a location like this in the wide open where anybody can walk in on campus, even if they had metal detectors, that would have been much better. But it's very challenging to secure an area like this against a lone wolf operator.
Yeah, very much so. All right, Anna Schechter. Anna, thank you so much.
Okay.
And that is what we believe is going to happen here.
Being suspects, they face scrutiny, they face threats. We ask the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest.
Yeah, so those people of interest were released. Let's look at some new photos as well of the actual suspect, okay? So this is a photo of the suspect right here. And you can see the backpack. I figured it was black, right? You saw the black straps, and then you can see the black bulbs in front behind. So now this is a behind photo, and you can definitely see that it's a black backpack, very bulky. And there's the baseball cap, the shirt, you can see the shoes as well. Oh, let me take this comment down real quick. And this is a better angle of the shirt. And from this angle of the shirt, you can definitely see that is that shirt that I showed you all with the eagle in the middle, the American flag. That's that same shirt. Possibly Adidas hat or something. Could be the original or knockoff, but definitely Adidas style design logo looks like on the hat. But yeah, that is a shirt. You can definitely see right there the American flag. And then the eagle is in dead center right there. You can definitely see it better with the wings. So that is the shirt that I showed y'all earlier. And long sleeve black shirt, so that's what it is. Now, these pictures, he looks younger. He looks younger. Let me go back. Let me see if I can see a better shot of the face. I can't hardly tell because he's holding his head down right here. If he was holding his head up right here, that would have been great because it's oh, you can't see it. If you were holding his head up right here, this would have been great, a great photo because this was natural lighting. So what it is showing though right here is that there are cars in the back right here. So based on where these cars are parked, they probably now know how he entered into the building. He entered or exited or whatever he was doing, okay? You could definitely see the shirt right here, the hat, and he's walking down the stairs. Definitely trying to keep his head down. Now let's actually go and see some footage. So it looks like people are starting to release their own home footage as well. Okay, so I can see something in the middle shirt, the long sleeve, the American flag, a backpack, like he's limping. Now here's the thing about the limping thing. Like people believe that something is in his leg pocket. Like right here. Hold on, let's go to that other photo. If you look right here at his right leg, something is there in the pocket, or looks like, or could be a part of the design or something in his pocket, or something on the right leg. Let me zoom in so I can show you. So right there in his leg, I don't know if there's something in his pocket or if that's the design. I can't hardly tell right here. So in this, maybe he injured himself because they said he jumped off the building, or he jumped off, or maybe he did injure himself when he jumped or something. I don't know. And oh, that's what I was going to show you. His leg. Pay attention to how he's walking down these stairs. How he's walking down the stairs seems awkward. Like if you actually walk down the stairs, how he's walking, like his positioning of his legs going down the stairs is awkward. You know what I'm saying? Like the stance, his stance is off. Like something is off. You put your right foot down, and then you're gonna bring your left. But this is not a typical movement for walking down the stairs. Something is off. Something is off with this. So I will have to look at his other photos to see his leg movements. Even right here, his leg is like, it's something with his leg. I can't quite place it. There's something with his leg. So that photo, this one looks okay. He's going up the stairs. And then now down. So let's go back to the video. After the shooting, I do know he has a backpack. So what would he have in a backpack or keep in a backpack? What was the purpose of the backpack unless it was just to blend in? What would he be carrying in the backpack? So pretty much people are gonna have their surveillance videos. VP Vance carries Kirk's casket. What's interesting about Kirk is that he's not even like, he's not like a politician or someone like, he's actually been like treated as more of a, what can I say, like a political figure, like a more than just like a commentator, as if someone in an official position.
It's an honor guard.
Yeah.
Not the Turning Point members.
VP Lance and Phoenix with Charlie Kirk's casket.
Is it? I'm not sure.
No, it's not. No. That is Air Force, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me actually give a shout out. Shout out to Judy Coles. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Again, shout out to Judy Coles for the super sticker. I appreciate the support. Yas, something yas. Also, shout out to Peg Bunny. Says, I've been MIA, but I'll always be an Avenger. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And happy belated birthday. I don't know if you made my other live or watched my other live, but I did give you a shout out on my other live, Peg Bundy, for a happy birthday. Again, happy anniversary to you. Also, a shout out to Judy Coles as well for the Cash App. I appreciate you sending it earlier today. And also OG10 Baby. Thank you so much, girl. I appreciate the I already gave you a shout out earlier. I don't know if you heard me, OG10 Baby, but I gave you a shout out for the super sticker. Well, I'm giving you a shout out now for the Cash App. I appreciate the support. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
It would be.
Yeah.
I could not see from our image if the flag was on that casket. That would be reserved primarily for elected leaders. Charlie Kirk, that's what made this a little different. Somebody who was not elected to high office, taken out in an assassination. That's what the FBI is calling it. That's what Utah officials are calling it.
We're not sure just yet. There's Erica Kirk, the blonde right there with the sunglasses coming off the plane. Behind her are the Vances right there. The second lady and the vice president behind.
Yeah, President Trump today said that she is just devastated.
The motorcade is taken off here. Police escorting. It is going to be a white hearse. There it is right there with the body of Charlie Kirk and the casket.
Yeah, we do not know where it is headed. And we believe wife Erica is on board. The two children we did not see. They may be tended to by other members of the family right now. They're going to keep them out of the public eye, understandable. They've been very guarded in the privacy of those two children.
Yeah, there's going to be more and more footage as days goes on, because as he's walking through all these neighborhoods and walking through, he's going to be captured on all these cameras. More people are going to show their cameras, and there's going to be a point to where he's going to be seen getting closer and closer to where he actually eventually ended up. Now, again, I'm not blaming the petitioners or anything like that, but there were almost like 7,000, 8,000 signatures on one petition, and another petition had signatures as well. People not really wanting him to come to that campus to speak. So he was already going to be entering to a campus where people were already protesting his arrival and not wanting him there because of his divisive speech. So I feel like this person is sending out a message with their shirt, with that American flag. I don't know what the message is, but I feel like there's something going on with that. So, you know, we will see how this will all end or turn up, right? So I really don't, that last footage is not really that clear as to what's happening. There is going to be a press conference, but it has not started yet. So in the meantime, while I'm waiting, just hold on. When it starts, I'll let y'all know. So let's go to this press release really quickly. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading to the identification and arrest of the individuals responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk on September 10, 2025 at Utah Valley University. In Utah, this page features the latest updates on the FBI's investigation into the shooting. So let me actually try to see what I can do with these latest images. I definitely believe that this person wore that shirt on purpose. They knew, and they know that cameras are there, and they wore that shirt on purpose. They knew that they would be on surveillance. Okay, let me go to Cash Patel's Twitter page real quick. FBI director, the one Jag, pretending like she would have some sort of connection with. And nothing new there.
Of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, They face scrutiny. They face threats. We ask the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects. They were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now.
So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation. And again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best. This morning, I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy.
So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
Awful.
And is he dead?
That's what was just.
One of the guys out there just said it was confirmed that he's dead.
In the lobby was just.
I've been looking. I haven't seen anything that's confirmed.
I saw this as an opportunity for myself. So I went in line. Initially, one guy told me and my friend, because we cut in line, he was like, hey, you guys can't cut. So I was like, all right, I'll give you $20 to be behind you. He said no. So I was like, okay, cool. So then me and my friend went to the next person behind him, and we gave that girl $20. So she made $40 that day. And we just hopped in line right behind her. Charlie's team members came over. They asked us what our questions were, and they liked them. So they brought us to the front. And so we were about 5 or 6 people, in line for debating him, of course. And I was looking at Charlie. He was debating the second person. And then I hear a shot. I don't think too much of it at first. I'm like, this can't be real. This can't be happening right now. And then I see blood just shooting out of his neck on his left side. So instantly I'm thinking the shooter is directly across. So I get down, and me and my friend and all of us where we were up against the barricades, it's like we were in a pit. And so all of us were shoving our bodies on the ground so that we had as much cover as possible. But if you look, there's really not much cover there in general. So we were all just shoving our bodies on the ground, trying to, try and be as safe as possible. We didn't know if shots were gonna fire down on the students. And eventually people started crawling out, running out. I saw some officers with their guns drawn. And that's when I got up and I ran out. I hid behind an SUV for a little bit, for a couple minutes. And then eventually I just ran out, farther out, and I just hitched a ride with a couple fellas.
You know how
Okay, my bad. So I turned the sound off. Y'all didn't hear anything I said? Hold on. Let me pause then. Y'all didn't hear me. My bad. I guess I had my mic muted. So the following video contains violent or graphic content presented for education and documentary purposes only. Viewer discretion is advised. This material is not intended to shock, sensationalize, or encourage violence, but to provide context and understanding. So I'm not going to actually play the sound on this video because I don't want the actual shot to be heard. I'm only showing you what happened, okay? From a different angle as far as his security, people around him. So he's been asked a question he has not answered yet. So he's still alive at this point. So he's been asked a question. He's alive. He's, and then in the moment when he's answering, then he's shot and then he's going to fall back. And then his security and other people around are going to try to help him out. But at this time, right, he's shot right there. There's an active shooter. So they don't know if there's still an ongoing threat, if this person is going to continue shooting or not continue shooting, where this person at, who is it, what's going on. You're actually like, people are falling, dropping down, obviously trying to get low. That's a natural instinct, is to get low to the ground, not be standing up and be act like a target. So then people are surrounding him. They cannot leave his body there because the person could still be there and possibly shoot him some more. And they obviously have to get him and move him because, they can't wait for paramedics because there's still an active shooter, according to them in their mind, probably, right? So then now, of course, they surround him. And then I think that's one of the people that were actually going to be trying to ask him a question or a debate, but they obviously are trying to get out of there now. That's the vehicle that he's brought to. And in my other video, I actually showed the vehicle, right? That he's brought to and he put in. So my other video shows the other angle. Okay, hold on.
Now they're giving us a 2 minute.
Hillary Kellner. I am the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. This evening, we have FBI Director Patel, FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, Governor Spencer Cox, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, and Commissioner Anderson, as well as Commissioner Bo Mason, as well as some local partners here present with us today. Governor, we'll kick it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here tonight. We appreciate the media and the partnership we have with you in helping us to get information out to the public so that we can catch this assassin and hold him accountable. We are going to share a portion of a video and that we have of the suspect, as well as some new stills. Those have already been released, but we want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to cue up the video right now, show that. I've asked Commissioner Bo Mason if he would narrate to you what is happening in this video.
Thank you, Governor. Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was chromed out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video and I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see that the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's gonna come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges in some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint.
Yeah, he definitely probably hurt his leg jumping from that building. When they said he jumped from the roof or came down, I'm like, what? So he definitely probably hurt his leg. That's why he's probably limping down the road in that TMZ video.
you when they're coming up on.
If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was proned out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video. I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see that the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right.
So I don't know if y'all can see my cursor or my mouse moving, but he's right there on top of the building on the right-hand side of that fixture. And you can see him running right there.
Moves to this far.
He's running, so keep on paying attention to the right side of the building, of the rooftop.
Far right corner.
Now that sunlight or blur or that the reflection from that the reflection is blur. They should have actually made sure the reflection was not going to bounce off because it's like blocking our view.
As he did.
Oh, now it's out of the way. Hold on. So now he's going to the edge of the building and is about to jump off.
He's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that. It's important to note his black t-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive t-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also
we showed the shirt already. It's a that shirt with the eagle in the center with the flag.
A baseball cap with a triangle on it and a pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify if they know someone who has those items, who has been seen wearing those items. We're looking for all that information. Here you see the suspect after dropping off the building. He moved around across this grassy area, around the parking lot. We're going to pan to the right.
That's that parking lot I saw behind the building, remember? I said I saw that, but I doubt he drove there, and I was like, yeah, I feel like he's going to be on foot.
He crosses the street. This is where he moves over into the wooded area. This is the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence. You want to go to the stills? So here's the still photographs. I mentioned these have been enhanced. So these
I can tell they have been enhanced. That's why I was saying it was kind of like they had poor image and they tried to enhance them to fix the coloring, and it caused a lot of discoloration.
Slightly different than what we introduced earlier. Please pay close attention to the t-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. You go to the next picture, please. The backpack as well. All identifying features that we're hoping the public can help us identify and lead us to this suspect. Next picture. And again, there's a better picture of the hat with that triangle logo, and again, the t-shirt. Blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse tennis shoes as well. We have pushed these out. We'll continue to push these out, and we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public. The tips that have been coming in are what are giving us our next leads and enabling us to continue to further this investigation. We've had great cooperation from the public, and we're continuing to ask for that as we move forward. Thank you, and I'll turn time back over to Governor Cox.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mason. I want to thank Director Patel and his team. It's great to have them on the ground with us tonight. We've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity to walk the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local chiefs of police that are here as well, all working hand in hand with the state and with the FBI as we move forward with this investigation. Now, just give you a little warning, we will not be taking any questions at this time. We're giving you the latest information we have, being as transparent with everything that we have. But I do want to share a couple of things that I think are important. We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as has already been reported, the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. We also continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information. We are truly hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team working together to process those tips. We're going out in tandem to interview any potential person of interest or suspects. But we need, again, we need as much help as we can possibly get. Any videos or photos that you might have, the public, should be submitted to our digital media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov. This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the state lab and the federal labs, federal lab on the East Coast. So we are working in tandem together. I would also just add a word of note for those people who are spending so much time on social media. I think Charlie said it best, that when things get bad, we should put our phones down and spend a little time with our families. There is a tremendous amount of disinformation. We are tracking our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well. What we're seeing is our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. I would encourage you to ignore those, to turn off those streams, and spend a little more time with our families. We desperately need some healing. We'll have more to say about that in the days and weeks to come. More than anything, we are going to catch this person. Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case, and that will happen here in the state of Utah. Again, to the public, to those who are grieving, thank you for your prayers. I know we are feeling those prayers. I know the Kirk family is feeling those prayers as well. We pray that God will bless our nation at this very dark time. We can start healing by finding this perpetrator and holding him accountable, and we need your help to do that. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. Shoot the room if you don't care about sense to us. Give me. I don't know. That's what you just said. I'm just relaying them. Well, I know. I was trying to zoom in the video, but I want to make sure they're straight. I want to make sure it looks nice. Are they streaming on visuals? That's
Okay, all right. Hold on. Joel. Do a double check. Where's that at? I don't know.
They're not even sure if they're going to release it. Yeah. Well, I don't know what he was saying there. He says you zoomed in and then you zoomed in. Let me just have him text you because I apologize. I'm not wanting to be in the mix of between you and
Okay, let's talk about the actual HBCU information, okay? But hold on just a second.
So listen, a lot of people upset that blacks only have thoughts for Charlie Kirk, right? Black women in particular, we only have thoughts for Charlie Kirk. Now, some of them have thoughts and prayers, but most of us only have thoughts. And the reason why is because he attacked black women as often as he could. Unsolicited attacks as often as he could. Okay, and so I'm gonna put this right here. I'm gonna lay it here so you can see for yourself. Because see, a lot of times you only see what you want to see. You only see what you want to see. So I'm gonna lay this right here, and after this, I won't ever say his name again because it is not my goal to keep his legacy alive. Oh, and one more thing. It is 9/11. Thousands of people died today. And this is what we're talking about. Let's take a moment to remember the victims of 9/11 today.
I'm gonna remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian. See a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. If I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman. I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? And Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks. We would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own.
Okay, please do not put any names in the chat about possible suspects or names. I'm aware that 4chan has, web sleuths and 4chan think they found the right person. I will wait for the FBI to spot someone. I don't go by web sleuths and what 4chan and others have said. If I look into it and I think it's something, yes, but please don't put it into the chat because I don't want anyone attacked or wrongfully accused of being the unaliver of Charlie Kirk, and they have nothing to do with it based on some sort of resemblance or some sort of web sleuthing, unless it's 100% accurate. Okay, so make sure it's okay to speculate or guess, but don't give an exact name of someone, especially not in my chat. Okay.
I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like...
So listen, a lot of people upset that blacks only have thoughts for Charlie Kirk, right? Black women in particular, we only have thoughts for Charlie Kirk. Now, some of them have thoughts and prayers, but most of us only have thoughts. And the reason why is because he attacked black women as often as he could. Unsolicited attacks as often as he could. Okay? And so I'm going to put this right here. I'm going to lay it here so you can see for yourself. Because, see, a lot of times you only see what you want to see. You only see what you want to see. So I'm going to lay this right here. And after this, I won't ever say his name again because it is not my goal to keep his legacy alive. Oh, and one more thing. It is 9/11. Thousands of people died today. And this is what we're talking about. Let's take a moment to remember the victims of 9/11 today.
I'm gonna remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian. See a black pilot, you wonder, you say.
Okay, so I played this and again, I'm gonna play it again, but I'm gonna play, let's go over some articles of what happened today. So a wave of threats targeting historically black colleges and universities across multiple states prompted widespread campus lockdowns on Thursday, September 11th, as administrators prioritized student safety while law enforcement agencies launched investigations. The affected institutions include Alabama State University, Hampton University, Virginia State University, Southern University, and A&M College, and Bethune-Cookman University, each implementing immediate security protocols in response to what officials described as credible threats against their campuses. The ripple effects extended beyond directly threatened schools. Spelman College in Atlanta proactively advised its community to avoid campus and heightened security measures. At the nearby Clark Atlanta University received a threat. Clark Atlanta's campus police confirmed the threat and issued a shelter-in-place order while working with law enforcement partners. Virginia State University's emergency response began early Thursday morning with an urgent alert issued at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, declaring campus closure and directing the university community to monitor email communications. University officials emphasize their collaboration with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies to investigate the threat's credibility. Alabama State University characterized the communications it received as terrorist threats leading to the immediate suspension of campus operations as a precautionary measure. The institution stressed its coordination with appropriate law enforcement agencies to ensure community safety. Hampton University extended its response through Friday, canceling classes for September 11th and 12th. In their official statement, administrators noted receiving notice of a potential threat and immediately ceased all non-essential campus activities. These latest incidents underscore a troubling pattern affecting the HBCU campuses nationwide. The threats represent the continuation of a campaign that has repeatedly targeted these institutions, which serve as cornerstones of Black higher education and cultural heritage. Let's go to another one real quick.
There is somewhat of a presence still on campus, as you can see behind me at one of.
That's right. That campus is on lockdown. West 2's Luana Munoz has been there live, keeping an eye on the situation. Chopper 2 flew over it before just as well. Luana, go ahead. What have you found out for us today?
Yes, Summer, Jesse, the university does remain on that lockdown mode. That means that students cannot be out and about walking around. They need to shelter in place, stay inside of their dorm rooms. That's what we are hearing. Campus University security is telling the students out here. There is somewhat of a presence still on campus, as you can see behind me at one of the entrances here. It has been scaled back earlier today. Chopper 2 captured quite a bit of the intensity of the heavy law enforcement presence that was here earlier today. Now, we don't know exactly what the details are surrounding the active threat that was sent to the university that sent it into lockdown mode, but I did talk with Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. He says that there was a threat, but that now they are viewing it as a possible nationwide hoax. We say nationwide because other HBCUs, including Alabama State and a school out in Louisiana and Virginia, received that same threat. Now, Sheriff Chitwood also said that the law enforcement is staying out here, even though they are viewing it as a possible hoax, because they still have to investigate. And of course, they want to make sure that all of the students.
Also, it's not just HBCUs. There are some other universities that have also been impacted and received threats. And however, even though those were not HBCUs, those schools still received threats only to Black students. So it was only still targeted at Black students. Again, even some schools that are not HBCUs, some received threats towards the Black students only. So, okay.
And staff are safe. So once again, they do remain in lockdown mode. That means that if students are out here and security or campus security sees them, they are told to show their student ID, and then they're told to go back inside of their dorm rooms. Covering Volusia County, live in Daytona Beach tonight, I'm Luana Munoz. We'll send it back to you.
I want to thank you. UCF police also put out an alert this afternoon after the university received a threat. Police are working with the FBI on this, but they do not believe the threat is credible. There is a live look from campus. This is along Memory Hall. Officers are on patrol right now, but all campus operations remain normal at this point.
So as UCF is one of those schools, the University of Central Florida, that received threats as well, and that's not an HBCU. They received threats towards the Black students only. They don't think it's credible threats. But yeah, so again, it's HBCUs and even schools that have Black students that are targeting them. So basically, it's definitely targeting Black students, these threats, okay? At HBCUs or even other universities.
And we are following some breaking news right now. Alabama State University on lockdown this morning, and at least 2 other HBCUs reported threats as well. We are just learning this. ASU on lockdown right now, and the NBC station in Montgomery also reporting Virginia State canceled classes today as well, and Hampton University canceled classes and campus activities today and tomorrow. So we'll stay on top of this. We'll keep you updated here on air as well as the WVTM 13 app.
Okay, hold on just a second. And remember, the chat rules is not to add anyone in the chat. Okay, everyone put their opinion, but do not add anybody. Okay, do not do a back and forth. Only allow my mod to handle anything in the chat. Okay, my mods are the only ones that handle interactions in the chat. Hold on.
Potential threats against their campuses. The lock on alert and on pause. At least 6 historically black colleges have halted activities after receiving potential threats against their campuses. The lockdown measures come in the wake of yesterday's shooting of Charlie Kirk, though officials have not linked any of those threats to that shooting. Our Alex Brochet joins us now with more. So what are we learning about the threats and the lockdowns and where it's taking place, Alex?
Yeah, Kira. So we're tracking now at least 7 of these HBCUs that have been under lockdown in the past 24 hours following that assassination of Charlie Kirk. That includes Alabama State, Hampton, Virginia State, Southern, Bethune-Cookman, Clark Atlanta, and also Spelman there in Atlanta. Now, some of these universities have already begun the process of lifting these lockdowns or shelter in places. Others have, like Southern, have actually extended those through the weekend. They've canceled classes through the weekend, which at this moment, that is the longest extension of this lockdown. But I can tell you that the FBI has released a statement. I don't know if we have a full screen of it, but it does say that the FBI takes these threats very seriously because it puts innocent people at risk.
So for people that don't know, HBCU is historically black college or university. And most of these institutions were established before 1964. And, primarily to serve the black community, okay? And a lot of these schools, such as the Alabama State, Bethune-Cookman, they're mentioning are HBCUs. And they receive threats. And whether it's a hoax or not, it still has to be taken seriously as to check the campuses and things like that. So some of these schools have actually canceled classes as of September 11th, and some have even extended it to just, to be safe on September 12th. And again, this is not inclusive. There's a lot of schools that were affected by this. Hampton University, Virginia, some even, like I said, non-HBCUs as well were affected by this, Bethune-Cookman and Daytona, etc. And here's the thing: people are wondering why this is happening. Right after Charlie Kirk was unalived, people do know that it has caused a lot of tension online because of his controversial statements. His controversial statements towards the black community and black topics. And, black people have taken to social media to speak out about how his controversial topics and issues. And people don't like the fact that people are speaking out about these racist topics and rhetoric and hate, divisive speech that he spread. And they feel like people should not be speaking on it. They should have respect. They're saying, oh, have respect, he's no longer here. But here's the thing: why is speaking on a topic that he spoke about disrespectful? He's the one that spoke on these topics and debated, and even when he was unalive, he was still debating and having these controversial topics and talking points. So if someone were to say that, like, oh, I'm happy he's deceased and I'm happy he's gone, now that's taking it another level. So am I happy that he's unalive? No, I'm not. I don't condone violence to take his life and shoot him in that manner. I definitely don't support that. So I'm not one of those people. However, I do think that people should have the right to speak on his controversial topics, whether he's here or not. He is someone that lived by controversy, and that's his legacy. Is his whole life career was having debates and speaking on controversial topics. So I don't think that should cease or decease just because he's no longer here to speak on his controversial topics. Now, to speak on like, oh, I'm glad he's dead. Now, I don't support that. Okay. So I think we need to make a distinction to where people have the right to still speak on the controversial topics and not see that as a way of trying to be hateful or spiteful towards him, but to continue on speaking about the same topics people were speaking on before. Even at the moment he was unalive, he was having debates with people in opposition. So even if he were here right now, he would still be having debates with people in opposition to his viewpoint. So I don't think that should stop just because he's no longer here, if you catch my point. That's a way to silence speech and say, well, anyone in opposition, now that he's no longer here to oppose, you cannot speak. But everyone else in support of him, you're free to speak. You're free to speak if you're in support of his views, but no, if you're not in support of his views, you have to cease speaking now and stop silence. So I feel like they're trying to silence the oppositional talking points now that he's not here to speak back or whatever. And that's not going to happen. Just like Martin Luther King, his speech that he spoke years and years and years ago, guess what? Kirk was using, debating against Martin Luther King, who's no longer here, using his talking points, and going against him in opposition, and no one said anything, right? So what's the difference between now people speaking on his talking points? So I would say this: if you are a controversial person and you debate, when you are no longer here, people are still going to talk about your controversial topics and your topics you debated on and your talking points. It's not going to cease. And the expectation that it should cease is that's what's disturbing to me. Okay. If you're for free speech, you should be for free speech and not like make, conditions. Well, it has to be positive. Okay, hold on. So yes, if you know who the suspect is, again, they have released photos. I've shown the photos, the number to call, and how you can actually report the shooter and have this person apprehended. Okay. Yeah, hold on. Another topic I want to talk about quickly is Matthew Dowd. And then, hold on, let's talk about him really quickly.
Went in line. Initially, one guy told me and my friend, because we cut in line, he was like, hey, you guys can't cut. So I was like, all right, I'll give you $20 to be behind you. He said no. So I was like, okay.
Good evening, everybody. After our scripts for tonight's show were finished this afternoon, we here at The Late Show learned that Charlie Kirk, a prominent right-wing activist, was killed at a speaking engagement in Utah. Our condolences go out to his family and all of his loved ones. I'm old enough to personally remember the political violence of the 1960s. And I hope it is obvious to everyone in America that political violence does not solve any of our political differences. Political violence only leads to more political violence. And I pray with all my heart that this is the aberrant action of a madman and not a sign of things to come. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the show that we had prepared for you.
So yeah, pretty much Kirk built his career by, taking inflammatory stands on race, gender, religion, and politics. He debated people, criticized movements, and he was very provocative, provoked outrage that's part of his brand. And so that means after his death, folks are still going to talk about those statements. This is not disrespect by itself. It's part of evaluating his public discourse and dialogue, his public record, pretty much say. That's his occupation, his career, his job, his brand. So let's be clear, nothing about his views, again, nothing about his views justifies violence. The shooter, whom police have identified as a white male person of interest, is responsible for the killing, full stop. But separating that crime from a conversation about Kirk's rhetoric is healthy. History does not stop because someone dies. I repeat, history does not stop because someone dies. And since some commentators frame violence as only come from certain groups, it's worth noting this case so far does not involve a person of color, and that's what the issue is as well. This case does not involve so far a person of color or an immigrant from the surface level. Again, this could be a white Hispanic. People can say that. People are trying to say it's this other person named Valdez. There's no confirmation. As of now, it doesn't appear to be a person of color or an immigrant. It's an alleged white on white crime. So painting outsiders as the threat, targeting HBCUs, or targeting Black students at other colleges, or targeting foreigners or foreign people on social media making posts isn't just unhelpful, it's inaccurate as to the actual threat or the actual perpetrator is in this circumstance. Okay. So are we also going to target the white Americans that are making social media posts celebrating Kirk's unaliving? Because guess what? If y'all recall this video right here that I posted, it was actually a white guy celebrating when Kirk was shot. There was a white guy like kind of like dancing or kind of happy about it. So our people are going to be on social media tracking down the white people that's celebrating this his death? Oh no, they're only going to track down the foreigners. So that is when it becomes like, okay, we're only going to target people. So yeah, that dude was like excited, like everyone else like getting down, and he's like excited. I can't remember which video it is because I have so many downloaded. I think it might be. So the bottom line is that public debate about figures that are controversial is fair game, in my opinion. The same way we scrutinize the legacy of celebrities, politicians, or activists after they pass, and the same way he did with MLK, who's no longer here. The key is to do it without excusing violence or stifling conversation. So I'm all for free speech and discussing his controversial topic without actually celebrating his death. There's two things could be true at once. I could discuss his controversial topics without celebrating his death. Okay. So I'm not celebrating anyone's death. But I'm still not going to be dismissive or pretend like he's not a racist. He is, okay? Yeah. Because I'm always gonna speak my mind. So anyways, I don't excuse violence or justify violence, condone violence in any way, but I also am not going to be silenced for free speech when I know this guy is a racist. So I'm gonna call it how it is. He's a racist. He had racist, and he does, he's not a racist. Well, he definitely said racist comments. A lot of them. Very racist, okay? Yeah. And so I'm not going to pretend like this guy is not a racist and discuss his racist comments just because he's no longer here. Yeah, make it make sense. So with that being said, I do have a petition and I want everyone to sign it if you agree with it, of course. And that is a petition on Matthew Dowd. Let me pull that up real quick.
This has just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
Well, that's why I'm literally trying to track it all on Twitter, and it's all.
Fuck, nobody deserves it. He doesn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that.
It's so scary. It's so dangerous too to celebrate or to in any way encourage this kind of behavior from human beings. He's not a violent guy who's talking to people on college campuses.
And that's the thing. People have this whole notion that two things can't be true at once. Someone could be calling out his hate speech and his divisive language and still not celebrate the death. It's like automatically, if you are calling out the divisiveness, the hate speech, the negative, the negative stuff like that he has said, then you're automatically labeled as someone that's celebrating his death, or or something. No, I'm not celebrating anyone's death. I have the right, and I will always have the right to call out racist comments, whether you're here or not. Yeah, hold on.
Wasn't even particularly rude. He was tried to be pretty reasonable with people.
Everything I saw seemed reasonable.
He's a very intelligent guy.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with him or don't. And there's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on. That's fine. You're allowed to disagree with people without celebrating the fact they got shot.
You can't disrespect his passion.
Yeah. But I know people are going to celebrate it because this is a f***ed up time, and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them. But
yeah, and he even said, like the video I played where he actually said that George Zimmerman acted in self-defense against Trayvon Martin, when there's a ton of evidence showing that that's not true. Okay, but of course a lot of people they still blame Trayvon Martin, not George Zimmerman. And it's not that, it's just a combination of all his comments together, which screams racist. Okay. Again, that doesn't, I'm not saying how to deal with racism is through violence. No, that's not me. Okay. However, dealing with racism, I do believe in free speech and having a voice to speak out against it. So I would never let anyone silence my voice against that. I don't condone violence to handle racism, but I definitely do condone free speech to speak out against it. Okay. And in this situation, I feel like a lot of it is people are trying to silence free speech by trying to say, oh, if you say anything negative about, you're gonna be in trouble if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk. Yeah. He's negative towards my community. So how about that? Okay. A mess.
But it's also going to make people not want to be as courageous or not want to be as forthright with the things they believe. It's gonna put people on guard.
It could. It
could do the opposite.
Yeah.
I get that, but there's also going to be that sort of ingrained thing now.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's when we were talking about assassinations earlier, whether it's Kennedy.
And this is the thing. At the time, people did not know who the suspect was. So now I'm curious to know what is everyone going to say now that it's a white male with wearing a freaking United States flag with an eagle in the middle. What is the conversation now? What is the conversation now that is not a black person or a minority or a foreigner or immigrant looks like it? Now it could be, there are some people that are white, Hispanic, or are just white and they're over here, but from the looks of it, looks like a probably American white male. So what is the talking point going to be now when it has been so heavily focused on trying to point the finger elsewhere? Yeah, so I'm just gonna, my thing is, I'm gonna, in the next coming days, I'm gonna be looking for what the talking points is going to be now, that we see who the suspect is or the person of interest is. And we also have to keep in mind that there are a lot of people who are white who also don't like the divisiveness and his hate speech and his rhetoric there are white people that don't like it as well. People are always looking at, oh, let's look at the black people saying this or that. There are a lot of white people that don't like it. And look who actually unalived him, a white person. So let's also focus on that there are white people who also don't like his controversial and hate speech. Speaking of which, one person that actually spoke out and said something is guess who? Matthew Dowd. So let's talk about Matthew Dowd for a second. Hold on. Let's talk about him and how he actually spoke out and said something. And guess what happened to him, ladies and gentlemen? Guess what happened to Matthew when he spoke out and said something about the controversial rhetoric and divisiveness that Charlie Kirk spewed? He got fired. MSNBC has fired Matthew. You see what I'm saying? So he got fired for telling the truth that he got fired for telling the truth about his controversial hate speech and rhetoric. And here's the thing, some people don't care, like, oh, that's a white guy. Who cares if he got fired? That's problematic as well, that thinking, because a white guy, he could have shut up. He could have kept his lips shut and he could not say anything because the hate speech and the rhetoric does not affect him or impact him. He's a white man. Him saying something is him speaking for the hate that is spewed towards other groups of people. So if someone white does speak out against another white person because of their hateful comments and that person gets fired, you should actually care, because guess what? If you don't, over time, you are going to realize that some white people might not want to speak up when they see racism or hate, because they might get backlash and nobody ain't gonna help them out or say nothing or speak up. So then now that silences more white people and the chilling effect of free speech, because now they don't want to speak up because they could lose their job and trying to look out for other groups that are being hated or treated or, facing racism. So when at the moment you start noticing that free speech is being stifled or it's being one-sided, or there's double standards where one side can speak freely if it's positive, but if it's negative, you can't speak, then now it's a problem. Of course, people can say, well, he's a journalist, he's a reporter, he's an analyst, he has more rules as far as how he's supposed to report on the story, blah, blah, blah. Okay. But hold on, let me actually bring up that in just a second. So yes, he got fired. So be careful, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in a certain position and you speak up and you say, oh, he had, racist language or hate speech or divisiveness or this or how you word something, then you could be possibly fired. Or, hey, if you are a foreigner and you're on social media saying something, then you could possibly be screenshotted, and then now that can affect your immigration. So there's, it's like, okay, be careful. Don't say anything about Charlie. People are going to get you. Hold on. And it's not just anything. It's like, don't say anything negative. But of course, they pivoted on the political stance. They are blaming the left Democrats. Yeah, but are they blaming all left Democrats, or are they saying specific people that they believe is in that? Hold on.
Or RFK, or you think of him in the past. You think of him like you don't. When something happens in the current, like right now with this one with Charlie Kirk, it doesn't seem real.
No,
it seems very surreal.
It does.
It seems like
it does.
It's going to take a long time before we reference this as something that happened. Like remember he got shot and killed. Oh yeah. Like right now, it just doesn't seem real. It seems so crazy that it's not registering.
It's not. No.
Well, one of two things is going to happen. Either people are going to realize how insane this is, and we have to have a conversation about being able to have conversations.
Right.
Or it's going
In my opinion, I believe that when word spread that he was going to be on that Utah campus and petitions were, being signed about not wanting him there because of his divisive speech, and almost like 7,000 or 8,000 people signed up those petitions, he was already entering into a climate of not being wanted on that campus. So all it took was one student to say, well, I don't want him here, and then to execute this. So this could have been it. Remember, there were petitions then they did not want him to go to that Utah campus because he went against a lot of those students' beliefs, okay? And even one student that made the petition pretty much said that she still stands by the words she expressed in her petition. However, she does not condone the violence. And that's what I say. I still stand by my words against being anti-hate speech. However, I don't condone the violence at the same time. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this video real quick. So this is a video of the aftermath. Of course, they have to keep evidence has to be preserved. So obviously there's not going to be a lot of cleaning up and moving this and moving that. So that's why you can still see the trash. They're going to have stuff taped off as far as where they feel like the suspect might have touched certain things or been at. And you can see the yellow tape at the top of that. And obviously it looks like he hurt his leg. So yeah, that climate he entered into was already anti him being there. So it could actually be a student at the school, someone that actually attends that school, that goes to that school. And that person could be in that environment of, he's at this school and we don't want him here. And then guess what? Kirk still goes there despite almost, y'all, how many signatures were on that? Almost 7,000 or 8,000. That's a lot of signatures for a student to start a petition and then have that many signatures. Yeah, I showed a video of I showed that video already of him arriving. Yeah. Yeah, I showed that like maybe an hour or so ago. Hold on 1 second.
It's an honor guard. Yeah. Not the Turning Point members.
Draped in the American flag. Is it? I'm not sure.
No, it's not. No. That is Air Force, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
I could not see from our image if the flag was on that casket. That would be reserved primarily for elected leaders. Charlie Kirk, that's what made this a little different. Somebody who was not elected to high office, taken out in an assassination. That's what the FBI is calling it. That's what Utah officials are calling it.
We're not sure just yet. There's Erica Kirk, the blonde right there with the sunglasses coming off the plane. Behind her are the Vances right there. The second lady and the vice president behind.
Yeah, President Trump today said that she is just devastated.
The motorcade is taken off here. Police escorting. It is going to be a white hearse. There it is, right there, with the body of Charlie Kirk and the.
Before we begin, let me express the horror and grief so many Americans at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk have felt. Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big.
This has just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
Okay, we already watched that one. Okay, hold on. So the last thing I think is just to going over the Matthew petition. I covered HBCU already. Hold on. It could also be a student, because I mean the person they knew like the layout of the school, it looks like they knew the layout of school, or they knew which direction to go and where to head, like to get back and forth, it looks like. So I think it's someone definitely familiar.
Possible, so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to cue up the video right now. Show that. I've asked Commissioner Bo Mason if he would narrate to you what is happening in this video.
Thank you, Governor. Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was proned out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video, and I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see that the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that. It's important to note his black t-shirt, his black pants, There appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive t-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also a baseball cap with a triangle on it and a pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify if they know someone who has those items, who has been seen wearing those items. We're looking for all that information. Here you see the suspect after dropping off the building. He moved around across this grass area, around the parking lot. We're going to pan to the right. After he crosses the street, this is where he moves over into the wooded area. This is the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence. You want to go to the stills? So here's the still photographs. I mentioned these have been enhanced. So these are slightly different than what we introduced earlier. Please pay close attention to the t-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. If you go to the next picture, please. The backpack as well. All identifying features that we're hoping the public can help us identify and lead us to this suspect. Next picture. And again, there's a better picture of the hat with that triangle logo, and again, the t-shirt. Blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse tennis shoes as well. We have pushed these out, we'll continue to push these out, and we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public. The tips that have been coming in are what are giving us our next leads and enabling us to continue to further this investigation. We've had great cooperation from the public, and we're continuing to ask for that as we move forward. Thank you, and I'll turn time back over to Governor Cox.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mason. I want to thank Director Patel and his team. It's great to have them on the ground with us tonight. We've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity to walk the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local chiefs of police that are here as well, all working hand in hand with the state and with the FBI as we move forward with this investigation. Now, just give you a little warning, we will not be taking any questions at this time. We're giving you the latest information we have, being as transparent with everything that we have. But I do want to share a couple of things that I think are important. We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as has already been reported, the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. We also continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information. We are truly hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team working together to process those tips. We're going out in tandem to interview any potential person of interest or suspects. But we need, again, we need as much help as we can possibly get. Any videos or photos that you might have, the public, should be submitted to our digital media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov. This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the state lab and the federal labs, federal lab on the East Coast. So we are working in tandem together. I would also just add a word of note for those people who are spending so much time on social media. I think Charlie said it best, that when things get bad, we should put our phones down and spend a little time with our families. There is a tremendous amount of disinformation. We are tracking our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well. What we're seeing is our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. I would encourage you to ignore those, to turn off those streams, and spend a little more time with our families. We desperately need some healing. We'll have more to say about that in the days and weeks to come. More than anything, we are going to catch this person. Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case, and that will happen here in the state of Utah. Again, to the public, to those who are grieving, thank you for your prayers. I know we are feeling those prayers. I know the Kirk family is feeling those prayers as well. We pray that God will bless our nation at this very dark time. We can start healing by finding this perpetrator and holding him accountable, and we need your help to do that. Thank you.
That's why I'm saying it's we don't care about sense. Could be. Okay, I don't know. That's what he was saying. I'm just relaying the well, I know. I was trying to zoom in the thing, but I want to make sure because they're streaming on digital. I want to make sure it looks nice. Are they streaming on digital? The desk. I
Okay, all right. Joel, I will double check. Okay, where's that at? I don't know.
They're not even sure if they're going to release it. Yeah. Well, I don't know what he was saying. He says you zoomed in and then you zoomed out. Let me just have him text you because I apologize. I'm not wanting to be in the mix of between you and
A PO number? No.
Okay, well, one thing I wanted to say as well is right after Charlie Kirk's right after Charlie Kirk was shot, an analyst that works at MSNBC, Matthew Dowd, he went on air and suggested that maybe, just maybe, Kirk's own brand of heated rhetoric could have made him a target. Dowd was not excusing violence. He was pointing out how toxic language can help create a dangerous atmosphere. And he said it live during breaking news. Of course, when tensions are high, this just happened, emotions are high. And even right now, emotions are still high, obviously. This was a senseless, it was act of violence. And no one deserves to be killed in this way. Well, there are pedophiles and rapists. Y'all know what I'm saying. I'm saying just because of his, I think it's still senseless for him. I don't agree with his talking points, his rhetoric, his racism, but at the same time, I'm not justifying or excusing his unaliving either. Okay. And also, Dowd was not excusing his violence in the same way. He was just pointing out his hate speech, pretty much, and toxic language, and how that can create a dangerous environment. And he said it live, like I said. Now, he did later apologize for how blunt it sounded. And instead of warning him or giving him a suspension, NBC fired him outright. And so now I have made a petition. You can sign it if you want to. My mods can post it. Pretty much, I believe that this is unfair and unjust to just outright fire him for that statement. Because I feel like everyone is pretty much saying the same thing, but in different ways. Again, everyone is saying the same thing, but in different ways, believing that it's something about his speech that people try to silence his speech, or and that's what happened. People on the other side, even Trump, were believing that this is because he believes in some radical left that wanted to silence Kirk because of his speech, right? So in the same light, other people believe the motive is because of his controversial speech as well. And even Dowd is saying, Matthew is saying that he believes that this occurred because of his speech and the things he says. But he was more descriptive as he described it as hateful like rhetoric. So everyone is pretty much saying that they believe that the motive behind the unaliving of Kirk is his actual controversial rhetoric, his speech. Now, as it pertains to whether or not you support his speech or you don't support it, the point is, on both sides, people agree that that's the motive behind it, or some of the motive, and his connections also to Trump. But definitely something in regards to his speech. Here's why it matters beyond just one man's job, as I kind of insinuated or implied earlier, or just getting at. When networks fire an analyst for exploring hard truths, it sends a chilling signal. Some public figures, especially ones that are polarizing, are going to be protected from scrutiny once they are no longer here. Protected from people calling out or pointing out their statement. So while he's here, it's okay to point out or debate or go back and forth. But now that he's no longer here, you're going to be silenced as far as calling out his speech, which is weird. If Charlie Kirk's career was built on sharp political debate, controversial topics and debates and hot topics and provocative topics and heated topics, and he actually proved me wrong. He actually went back and forth with people at these college campuses, prove me wrong, debate, hot topics. His career, his brand was that. So with that being said, it's legitimate for journalists to ask if his words shaped the risk he faced. Because even in the video we just watched, they had a conversation that they feel like other people might be afraid to speak on certain topics because this might happen to them, right? Didn't that person just say that other people, what video I was just watching on TMZ, he said other people might be afraid to speak on certain topics because they might be afraid it happen to them. So he's saying the same thing, that he also believes that it was something that he said or his speech that led to this. So everyone is saying that it's something in regards to his rhetoric and his speech that led to his demise, or that, and it's not to victim blame, it's to say a motive. So I want everyone to understand the difference between a motive, like speculating on a possible motive, and victim blaming. Victim blaming and shame is that it's your fault, you were unalive, you're the one responsible for your death. No one's responsible for their own unaliving or murder. The killer is responsible, obviously. However, if you are an investigator, journalist, blogger, anyone reporting on a story, you're always going to be looking at a possible motive. Like, why do you think the killer unaliver might have did it or justified their behavior? It's not saying it's justifiable. It's saying what's the motive of the actual suspect? And everyone is giving a motive. Trump is saying it's a radical left that wants to silence him. There are a lot of journalists are saying it might be this person or that person because they wanted to silence his free speech or they don't like his rhetoric. Everyone is saying that. So then when Matthew says, hey, it's because of he's more descriptive, because he doesn't just say, if he would have said, just free speech, they want to silence him because he's speaking or his speech, then he wouldn't be in trouble, right? But because he said, he described it, he gave adjectives to it and said, oh, it's hateful speech or hate or divisiveness is negative, then now it's a problem. So I think it was safer to probably just to say that maybe the rhetoric and his speech or whatever, but with adding hate to it, then it's kind of like, oh, now you're like kind of choosing a side. So now, okay, now it's a problem. So with that being said, thinking of a motive for the possible suspect is not victim blaming. It's part of understanding how rhetoric and violence sometimes intersect, where that could happen. Just like with a lot of civil rights activists that are unalive because people want to silence them, and people can say, that's not trying to say that the civil rights activist is you're victim blaming the person. You're just saying that a reason for why they might have been unalive is that someone wants to silence their speech as a possible motive. So Dodd's firing, well, I would say Matthew, firing also shows an uneven standard. Different people can speculate about motives all the time, often recklessly, and rarely face termination. But he can, do the same behavior and then he's outright fired. And, I understand his job as a journalist, being sensitive to a certain situation that just occurred, and it could come across as insensitive, which he apologized for, but it's kind of a stretch to me to just do an outright termination instead of just a suspension or something, or even training on being more sensitive to certain topics in a certain climate or a certain time period. But an in-house commentator who carefully raised a hard question about a conservative activist lost his job. So it's kind of like a double standard, and it kind of makes the network look more interested in protecting reputations than in helping audience to see the full picture of what he's trying to say or get across. So I don't really think the answer is to really gag journalists or even excuse certain, how he worded it. It's more to allow good faith analysis of a topic, raw, good faith analysis of a topic without actually condemning it or seeing it in a negative light. Otherwise, we teach reporters that silence is safer than helping people understand the forces behind political violence. So how can you have a conversation on political violence without actually discussing the risk factors that could lead to political violence, such as people not liking how you politic? So I would say protecting open discussion, we have to protect open discussions, and whether it's negative or positive, and not just silence one side. And not just like, for Trump, and because even a president can just have free speech to say whatever he wants, right? About the situation that he believes is a radical left that's responsible, or is this or is that, and he was unalive to silence his speech. But then Matthew can't, and that's his job to be what is an analyst? Isn't an analyst supposed to analyze or provide expertise on a certain topic, give an analyst? Yeah, so if the media is being stifled, then what is the media? And then people can say, well, you're supposed to be objective. Well, I don't even know one news media outlet that's completely objective. Okay, I'll be honest. They usually lean to a side. So if we want the public to trust media outlets, journalists, and things like that to cover everything, including tragedies and, tragedies such as this, we need all journalists to be able to speak honestly about the topics, the freedom to speak honestly about the topics. If he feels that it was his speech, what's the harm in saying that he believes it was the hateful speech, compared to others saying that it was also speech, but they believe it was a radical left trying to silence his speech? And then he says, I believe it was because of his hateful speech. So again, who all believes that he was, that it all happened because of his rhetoric? Whether it was negative or positive, and you believe it happened because of his rhetoric and his talking points and his beliefs and him speaking and being controversial and saying things, if you believe it was something to do with his speech, then you're pretty much saying that his speech is a motive for why he was unalived. So why is it an issue for Matthew to say that he believes that the speech is the motive? Oh, because he said it was hateful speech, and people don't like that he said it was hateful, divisive speech. Oh, no. If he had said he was being silenced for his positive, truthful narratives and his positive speech and his great Make America Great Again speeches, if he would have said that, then I don't think he would have been fired. Ooh, I didn't say that, did I? If he had said that it was positive, great, Make America Great Again speech, great, yes, it was great speech, and they tried to silence his perfect, great, positive speech, would he have been fired? Press 1 if you think that if he would have said positive, great, perfect, Make America Great Again speech, and that he was silenced because he was saying all this great stuff. Press 1 if you believe that he would have been fired still. Press 2 if you think. Press 2 that do you think that because it was the opposite, that he said it was divisive hate speech, and that's what led to the termination? Press 2. My. How very interesting. Something tells me if he had said the first one, the latter, he would still have his job. But for the fact that he said hateful or hate divisive speech, he put a negative one to the speech. Now is problematic. And see, that's my issue with this whole thing, is that people always say this. If you flip it will it still have the same outcome? So if you believe that it's only because he was negative, then that means that freedom of speech is being silenced, and only if you say things that people like, you are free to speak. And if you say things that people dislike, then you are now barred from speaking and gonna get punished. So HBC, all y'all black people talking about this and talking about that, bringing up this race stuff. I think he was now HBCUs getting bombed, like threats. Black students at other schools threats. The people on social media, your foreigners typing this or tweeting that. If you catch you, you're gonna be in trouble. All y'all media people, be careful what you say about Kirk. You might lose your job. And then everybody else that's saying pro Kirk, nothing has happened to these people. It's very interesting. So again, I am not celebrating, and I think it was definitely wrong. I actually posted the person. They were wrong. That's not how you handle racism. That's not how you handle hate speech. And even a lot of activists were against violence. They did not condone violence. They have peaceful protests. I'm a person of a peaceful protester. I believe I can get my point across with just my words and just speaking. I don't need to use violence to do so. So I'm not a person, a proponent of, we need to handle racism through violence. However, I am a person that I do feel like people try to silence people from speaking out against racism. And I believe that if someone is racist while they're living, I'm not going to pretend like they're not a racist just because they're no longer here. You can say, oh, he's not a racist. Well, with all these videos circulating around of his hate speech, I agree with Matthew that is hate speech. I hate divisive speech that he was speaking. It was, okay? And for that matter, I did make a petition, so hopefully you can sign it. Will it do anything? I don't know, but I did make one because that's my way of speaking out and saying that I don't think that he should have been fired, because I believe that if he had said something positive about Kirk, he would not have been fired, only because it was negative and telling the truth. It was actually true, and the fact of the matter was actually true, that his speech was divisive. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. So one other thing that people are talking about is Kash Patel, the FBI director, is under scrutiny because people don't like how he's handling. They don't like how he's handling this investigation. Of course, there was a posting that was first posted where, let me take this coming down real quick. Hold on. There was a posting that he posted. Initially, it says, the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with FBI. We will provide updates when able. So he posted that first, and then he reposted his own post and commented, the subject in custody has been released. Author and interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in interest of transparency. My thing is this. I would not say suspect is in custody until that person has been interrogated and that you have evidence that they are the actual suspect. I would not be releasing information as it comes in and saying that you have the suspect when it's not. You see what I'm saying? There's no need to announce every movement unless it's a verified movement. It's solidified or just, valid. Because now you run the risk. So we have a suspect, we don't have a suspect, we have a suspect, we don't have a suspect, we have a suspect, we don't have a suspect. Wait a minute, just do your behind the scenes moving silence, investigate, interrogate, and then when you have the guy, Now you say they have the guy, because now people are gonna be like, oh, you have the guy. It's not a good look. Okay, so you're going to come under scrutiny, going back and forth. So that's one thing people are hammering him on, is that and imagine the guy, the actual shooter, is out there like, oh, they have the guy. Yeah, I'm right here. So it's it's not a good look. Okay. Also, some things I will keep to myself, like, and not worried about. I'm like a media person. I love they update the media, but at the same time, you come in live and telling the suspect that you're going to pursue the death penalty. So do you want to capture this guy alive or dead? Or maybe you don't care, because I mean, alive, I would not be telling a perpetrator that you're seeking the death penalty, because guess what? They might actually unalive themselves, and then now you got to try to figure out who. That could make it harder to find the person, because some people actually, once they realize that they have a possibility, their face is plastered everywhere, and people are seeking the death penalty, people are one in their head, they might just take themselves out. And then now what? And then now you also lose answers, because if this person doesn't have a diary, if they don't have notes on their computer or something on their social media that's going to tell you why they did this, all their secrets and all their thoughts and everything of why this happening, all of that dies with them. And some people are like, I don't care if he kills himself, you know. Well, I'm just saying, like, I guess a person like me that feels like, if someone is captured alive, you could possibly get an interrogation and answers, and that can help with research or future research as to why someone commits this like type of assassination or attack. If the person kills themselves, then that all that goes down the drain. You're only left to speculate by looking at their history and their interviewing people or talking to people. You lose that research component. Okay. So yeah, if you were someone that's wanted and then people are out here saying the death penalty, you might like, oh, I'm taking myself out, instead of, oh, I'm not gonna let the police take me, I'd rather take myself out. Like that sort of attitude. Now, before I end the live, I actually want to touch on some conspiracies that's going on right now. Okay. Lord have mercy. Hold on. Again, shout out to OG Tan Baby. I think I already gave you a shout out. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Super secret again. Shout out to OG Tan Baby for the fan funding. I appreciate it. Also, shout out to Amy in the house. Jazz on the Jazz. I appreciate it, Amy. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Super secret again. Shout out to you. I appreciate it. And shout out to Jay Breezy in the building. Said, thank you, Dani, for all you do. I'm an Avenger for life. You to the go overseas. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting the like button. Now, yesterday I went over how one guy from Toronto, Canada, was wrongly being accused of being the shooter just because he resembled George Zinn, not George Zimmerman, George Zinn, a problematic guy that goes to these events and acts up, who was arrested for obstruction and then later released. So I did cover that guy that was wrongfully accused, and we all know by this shooter, this is not an elderly guy, at that elderly like that. Okay. So now there are people web sleuths. So web sleuths, which I'm a web sleuth myself. So yeah, I know about web sleuthing. So some web sleuths are trying to track this person down. And we have to keep in mind, web sleuths are not, they have a way of sleuthing the web, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be spot on and accurate about everything that they post. Okay. Me, I prefer not to post something unless 100% verified that it's the person. So I will be careful about just believing anything on social media unless it's 100% verified. All the dots connect. I mean, every dot connects. So I'm not like that kind of. I don't post anything unless I have the dots 100% connected. So people are going hard with this whole conspiracy that the person is a transgender. And some people are believing that it's this person right here, because they're going by, and it's already getting a lot of views. So if you see this, this is what's happening. People are thinking that it's a transgender because of that transgender question. I think it's a coincidence that he was shot at that question. By the time the shooter got to campus and shot him, I think they said he got to campus around like 11:52 a.m. and then he was shot at 12:20. So I believe that the shooter had to get to the rooftop, set things up, prepare things, have things lined up, wait for him to actually sit down in that chair and then unalive him. So it's just a coincidence that it happened on the second question and it was a transgender question. People are acting like he got shot because of the transgender question. There's also another thing floating around about, I can show y'all what is floating around. Now, again, I'm not believing any of this stuff that's floating around. I'm just letting y'all know the current conspiracy topics. I believe that it's an agenda to get people to go after transgenders. That's what I believe. Transgender people. That's what I believe. Just like it's the whole thing about HBCUs and then the whole thing about foreigners on social media. And then now there's a whole angle of trying to go after transgender people. You have to be careful what people are. It seems like people are trying to target a certain group of people. I believe this is a white male. Definitely doesn't walk like someone trying to be a transgender. That person, I believe it's a white male. I don't think this is no transgender person. So a male wanting to be a trans woman. Okay. So that's why I said someone put that in my chat. So that's why the only reason I'm bringing it up, because they put it in my chat. Otherwise, I would have just, Let me go back to that other picture. So there's a high school photo of Sky Valadez. And that will also fit their narrative, like someone having that name, last name. And they said this person had a song called Charlie Kirk Dead at 31 on his SoundCloud. And then they're posting like, they're trying to match this person up. Again, this is dangerous behavior to just put someone out. Someone says there's a post on Facebook that indicates Guy may not be alive. So in my opinion, this is just a way to, it's because the question was about a transgender. Let me see. Yeah, that's the thing I'm talking about, Manny's curls. I read that the gun had 3 bullets left in it that were engraved. One bullet is something about trans. So somebody engraved a bullet with transgender stuff on it. Y'all, come on now. Oh, Lord. People are just doing too much. People be doing too much. Why are people be doing too much? As soon as, you know what, when I got that thing, I'm like, it looks like whatever. I'm like, they act like it was like an internal file or internal record. And then I'm like, what? Who actually get something engraved? Because guess what? Whoever engraved it would know that they engraved it, and then that would have evidence. Like, I don't think it's anything about no transgender, but you know, it's just because of that. It's because of the question. As soon as they asked the question about the transgender, and then he was shot, so people are trying to tie it to someone being transgender. When I believe that it just so happened at the timing of that question, that is when he decided to shoot. And also, do you think that from that many yards away, that person probably heard the question or had heard what question it was and said, "Oh, I'm fired. I'm shooting him on this question." Hold on. Okay, it said this track was not found. It has been removed. SoundCloud. Anyways, I'm getting off this. I ain't got time for conspiracy mess, okay? But I do want to No, the thing about engraving a bullet is that I believe it's a fake story. So I hope you understand what I'm saying. That I believe that it's a fake story. It's a fake doc. It's fake. People are spreading fake stories. That's why that's one thing I don't like about social media is I believe that people post fake stories. So I'm gonna show you how the story started. I wasn't even gonna talk about it because I hate when people be doing like fake stuff. It be so fake. So this person right here, he has a lot of followers, but the thing is, it says, this morning my team received an email from officer at ATF. And is that a real email or not? The email included a screenshot from what appears to be an internal message describing a weapon and cartridges located by an ATF and other law enforcement near the scene at the Charlie Kirk shooting at Utah Valley State University. And then it has this right here. And it says I'll read the whole thing. It says on September 10, 2025, at approximately 12:24 p.m., conservative political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at the Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Mr. Kirk was speaking at the university as part of the American Comeback Tour. Multiple SLC 1 and 3 agents responded immediately. The suspect fired one shot from an elevated position on a rooftop in an adjacent building on the campus, and surveillance video showed the suspect jumping off and fleeing the area on foot. ATF and other law enforcement located an older model imported Mauser .30-06 caliber bolt action rifle wrapped in a towel in a wooded area near the campus. The location of the firearm appears to match the suspect's route of travel. The spent cartridge was still chambered. So it says the spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to 3 unspent rounds at the top fed magazine. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. An emergency trace has been submitted and ATF SLC is working leads generated by the trace. The firearm and ammunition have been taken by the FBI for DNA analysis and fingerprint impressions. Upon completion of forensics, the firearm will be disassembled for additional importer information. Multiple people of interest have been contacted or detained because of eyewitness testimony and review of video footage. The primary suspect is yet to be identified. ATF is assisting the investigation with multiple other federal, state, and local partners, and the case is co-led by the FBI and Utah SBI. So I don't know. They're trying to say that this is a suspect rifle and it has all cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist. That's its ideology. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't believe nothing until I believe it came from a credible source. This is like a and then it has this attached to it. And they're trying to act like this came from an internal source. And at the top of it says teams.doj.gov. And they're acting like it came from an internal source. So some people are thinking it's real, some people are thinking it's fake. And obviously if you go to teams.doj.gov, then nothing comes up. Of course, this is internal. So that's where that started with the engravement and that, okay? Hold on. A senior law enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation cautioned that report had not been verified by ATF. Analysts did not match other summaries of the evidence and might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. In fast-moving investigations, such status reports are not made public because they often contain a mixture of accurate and inaccurate information. So no one is really verifying that from a real source is not verifying that. So again, I would caution people to just with all cases, just be cautious of what you believe. If it's not from an official, the police and the FBI are releasing things as they release it. And I would not just go around believing everything that's posted on social media because people post fake stuff. Just yesterday, someone was posting that the shooter was this guy from Toronto, Canada, and it wasn't the person. Okay. Hold on. And also, the suspect did leave this weapon behind. So it could also be a potential possibility that maybe the suspect left the weapon behind on purpose. That as I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there. Maybe what happens if they left intentionally left a weapon behind and tossed it? Hold on. So that's one. That's where the so if you hear anything about the transgender stuff, that's where it's coming from. Okay. So 4chan, which are like anon people, and a lot of times, to be honest, not always. They sometimes troll. Okay, they sometimes troll. You have to be cautious of that. They troll, and then sometimes these things can go. Sometimes they have legitimate stuff and findings, and sometimes they troll. They troll. And there's a such thing as do not feed the trolls. Hold on. I saw that picture. So they're already going back and forth trying to choose different people. Like, people are just putting anybody. Please, y'all, please stop. Let the police do their job. But it's one thing to try to enhance a photo to get a better quality, and another to just be putting people out here and putting people's faces. Oh, it's this person, it's that person. I'm on the 4chan website, and they have like 2 different people they're pointing out. Who is this? Hold on. So anyway, people are just speculating and guessing. So I would not even go with that story either. They don't. Ew. I'm glad I didn't show it on my screen because, child, I'm gonna get off here. I'm glad I did not show that page because, child, they just showed something nasty. So anyways, I don't believe nothing that from that 4chan either. No, about the Valdez. I would have showed like, oh my God, I'm glad I didn't show that. It says 4chan has identified a possible suspect, Sky Valdez, lives in Utah, trans male digital music artist with songs that celebrate and encourage death. Number one, I don't even see no songs. Why would you be posting this without real concrete evidence or proof? Gunner. Today, I'm formally introducing a resolution before the Utah Republican Party State Central Committee, Justice and Accountability for the Political Assassination of Charlie Kirk. This resolution condemns political violence, demands transparency in the investigation. Okay. Let's stand united. Let's honor Charlie. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You see? So you're pushing this whole transgender narrative. I don't even think the suspect has that type, that even has that chin like that. Now, I do notice on the suspect that the face does appear to have some sort of something that would cause, not like the bumps or anything, but are pimples. But I don't know, something along the face or jawline. Oh my gosh. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. No, that's not a match, okay? Please stop. Leave the investigation to the police and the FBI. That's what y'all need to do. Okay, leave it to the FBI and police. A mess. Dang, y'all think everybody look like everybody or something. Okay, so that's where that story is coming from, okay? This guy says that Charlie gave him one of his first jobs in politics. Okay, so we have to pay attention to who's also running these narratives and who's behind the narratives, okay? So, again, as far as the engraving of transgender topics on, I don't believe that until it comes from the FBI and official statements from law enforcement. And as far as it being this valid as person, it doesn't look like the person to me. I think that's just trying to push this transgender narrative to have transgender people attacked because it was a transgender question being asked at the time he was being shot, which could have been completely a coincidence.
CNN pieced together the shooter's possible movements in the moments before and after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. The shooter arrived on campus at 11:52 local time, say investigators, and went up to the roof of the Losi Center. Video taken shortly before Kirk was shot shows something on top of the roof, possibly a person.
So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? Sure. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there.
Based on aerial images and 3D analysis that CNN has reviewed, the shooter would have been about here. This photo shows orange evidence markers. You can see indentations in the loose gravel on the building's roof as if someone had been laying on it. A CNN analysis shows that precise angle would have a clear line of sight to where Kirk was sitting, about 150 yards away at his event down below. Kirk had several security guards lining the fence near the stage as 3,000 people packed into a courtyard. Then at 12:20,
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
just after the shooting in this video, you can see someone on the roof running away. This ledge and this ledge appear to be the same. So if we watch the video again, we can assume the shooter ran in this general direction, northeast.
After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood.
In that neighborhood right next to the school, law enforcement has been combing through an area partially blocked off by police tape. CNN spotted a forensics team going in and out of this wooded area, taking laser scans of the site. People who live here sent us multiple videos of police activity, and residents tell us law enforcement was there all day long. But police released this image, asking for the public's help to identify a person of...
Oh, my bad. Hold on.
And shortly before Kirk was shot shows something on top of the roof, possibly a person.
So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? Sure. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in. And now he's right there.
Based on aerial images and 3D analysis that CNN has reviewed, the shooter would have been about here. This photo shows orange evidence markers. You can see indentations in the loose gravel on the building's roof as if someone had been laying on it. A CNN analysis shows that precise angle would have a clear line of sight to where Kirk was sitting, about 150 yards away at his event down below. Kirk had several security guards lining the fence near the stage as 3,000 people packed into a courtyard. Then, at 12:20...
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Just after the shooting, in this video, you can see someone on the roof running away. This ledge and this ledge appear to be the same. So if we watch the video again, we can assume the shooter ran in this general direction, northeast.
After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood.
In that neighborhood right next to the school, law enforcement has been combing through an area partially blocked off by police tape. CNN spotted a forensics team going in and out of this wooded area, taking laser scans of the site. People who live here sent us multiple videos of police activity, and residents tell us law enforcement was there all day long. But police released this image, asking for the public's help to identify a person of interest, pictured wearing a long-sleeve black t-shirt and jeans. The logo on the shirt appears to be from a disabled veterans group.
So, yeah, so what I would say is just be looking forward to more people giving the media and even the FBI these camera footages, okay?
At right now, this hour, TMZ has obtained new video of the before and after images of the suspect accused of killing Charlie Kirk. I want to show you the first video here. This is of the suspect walking to the venue in this neighborhood. Take a look. You can see the images now of that suspect. They're walking in the street. And if you can see, the person is walking with a limp there, and it is believed to be because that person has a rifle in the pants, and they are walking very difficult because of that.
A rifle in the pants. So they're saying that this is actually him heading to the event, not out there jumping off that roof, but heading to it. I was under the assumption that it was him out there, not before. Again, this is what he's reporting on, so he could be also wrong. I don't know. Okay. But yeah, hold on.
Object that is inside of the pants. Take a look here of that limp right there. And you can see there the suspect continuing to walk the street there, very close to where the venue was. And then this is after where we see now that suspect clearly running in the field. And this was all obtained there by TMZ. And of course, police are looking at that. The feds are looking at that as well. But this is the newest video that we are seeing of all this play out. And again, just happening moments ago as well, we are getting a new shot of the person of interest, the suspect, where these new images just released by the Utah Department of Public Safety. I want to show you this one as well, a little bit closer up. You can see what they are hoping that by releasing these photos and images, that somebody out there is going to recognize this individual. There is a $100,000 reward for the capture and arrest of this individual that is accused of killing Charlie Kirk just yesterday. All right, we are going to be keeping an eye on all of this here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are 45 minutes away from a FBI news conference out in Utah. FBI Director Kash Patel will be there, and he will be there with the other law enforcement officials, with the governor of Utah and others. So we will be taking that in full as soon as it gets going. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
I actually want to do something with this photo of the suspect. What I wanted to do is make it move, should I say. No, this one.
There are about 6 armed men in the backyard of a home right next to UVU campus. Apparently, they are looking for another suspect. Maybe another suspect has not been apprehended, and they're actively searching. I'm at a home that is probably about right next to UVU. So
yes, they're still there. They're huddled together.
Are you talking to Bruce?
Lisa.
They're looking for someone.
We're all at the windows.
Okay. Do we need to let them know that well, there's more of them right there.
I don't know.
Okay.
This feels safe.
Oh my goodness, he's coming right here. Okay. Oh, move away from the window.
So they actually talk about that transgender topic as well. That's what they had to say. Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter scrawled political messages on the equipment brought to the murder scene, expressing support for the transgender community while making anti-fascist remarks. A bulletin posted online by conservative commentator Stephen Crowder was sent around to agents in the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosive. We confirmed the authenticity of the bulletin with our federal law enforcement sources. What? They've confirmed it. The authenticity of the bulletin with our federal law enforcement sources. Oh, okay. So it's actually something for real? Wow. Hold on. Now, I would believe it coming from TMZ, okay? In the message, the ATF claims all cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. Worth noting, Kirk has made multiple anti-transgender statements in the past, including claiming transgenderism is a mental disorder at a Kansas State University event in September 2024. He also said in the past that trans people are also a throbbing middle finger to God. So that, I don't know. It says President Donald Trump announced Thursday that Charlie will receive an award. Hold on. So what do y'all think about that? Hold on.
We're excited to have Last Days podcast brought to you by Mint Mobile. I don't know about you, Derek, but my life has gotten so expensive recently. My oldest is going away to college. I've got another one just 2 years away.
Yeah, tell me about it. I've got a daughter who's taken a sudden interest in the theater, and those Harry Potter musical tickets are not cheap.
With Mint Mobile, you can get the coverage and speed you're used to, but for way less money. And for a limited time, Mint Mobile is offering 3 months of unlimited premium wireless service for just $15 a month.
Yeah, for me, Jason, the best part of all this is you take your own phone and your own phone number over to Mint Mobile.
So anyway, they don't have the precise clip. So let me actually see as far as, so they're saying it is engraved. They're trying to say that those messages are actually, that message is actually real. That posting is actually real. You know what I just showed y'all from the team thing? Hold on. We're gonna watch one more video and I'm gonna do one more edit and then I'm gonna get off here, okay?
In the street, maybe without the hat and glasses, you probably wouldn't. But if you did know him, there's a pretty good chance you would. And we've seen that in many cases where people familiar with the person just say, I know who that is.
I also want to show, I believe we have a photo from the roof which show a footprint. Is this the photo that you?
So that's a photo of that position, and right there you can see the law enforcement markers at each spot. But what you can see is where it appears somebody was laying down. There's the impressions of where the foot would have been, where the palms would have been as they extended that rifle out. It's
actually an imprint in gravel, essentially, of the body position of a shooter.
Exactly, and this won't particularly aid in identifying the person. Now, there's always the possibility, that you could extract DNA if he had an ungloved hand off of there, but it does help establish the crime, the place where the crime took place. When they get a suspect, the measurements may help. But the big deal today is they have a gun. The gun is likely connected to the crime. The bullet that was fired from that gun came from a shell casing that remained in the chamber. He never, after seeing that shot, ejected the shell casing.
I got to just jump in.
Sure.
I understand we have some new pictures of the person of interest from the Utah Public Safety. These are other images. We'll try to blow those up a little bit more, but we're just getting these in now.
And what you glean from these photos is the rifle isn't in the picture, but now you get a clearer picture of the backpack. And we learned from the Thomas Crook's attempt to kill Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, you can disassemble the rifle. You can put the parts in a backpack and assemble it, when you're on site on that roof, and take that shot.
So John Pistol joining us as well. The assumption is then that a rifle would have been disassembled in that backpack and brought up, if that is in fact the killer.
Yeah, that's right, Anderson. And the whole idea is, what can the FBI do to establish that rifle that was found to the shooter in this case, based on whatever forensic evidence that they have gleaned from that. The palm print, okay, but what do you compare a palm print to? It's not like fingerprints for driver's license or passports or things like that. They'll also be looking for things, any digital evidence. Was there anything clearly on the web or perhaps on the dark web where this individual, whoever he is, indicated plans or planning or ideas, aspirational even, about wanting to commit some type of act that would be noteworthy? And then the question is, after 24 hours, as was mentioned earlier, the odds of finding somebody, a suspect like this, go down after 24 hours somewhat dramatically. And so it becomes more and more of a challenge. And to find the gun, that's great. To find any physical evidence, that's helpful. But what ties this individual into whoever he is, how is he identified? And then what can be done to locate him once he is identified? And so family and friends, they're seeing this and they've got to be thinking, oh, I can't believe this has happened, but we've got to notify the authorities, and whether it's for the $100,000 reward or not. But right now, person of interest is not helping anybody other than trying to locate this individual.
Brianna, what stands out to you so far based on the statements of investigators, what's out there?
Yeah, well, quite a lot of information actually has been released. It's surprising that they haven't been able to get some leads on the photos, but there are some pieces that we can glean from this. One is the photo that's been released shows a flag emblem on the shirt that this suspect is wearing. I think that's pretty interesting, actually, either that he was wearing that to be able to fit in with this crowd at the rally, or that shirt was allegedly sourced from a Wounded Veteran Foundation. So it could speak to perhaps his background or maybe even a motive. Additionally, I think the shell casings are going to be extremely useful in the next few hours and days. They're submitting those in a NIBIN that takes a couple days. It's like matching fingerprints, but with shell casings. It takes a little while, but with that, they're going to be able to see if that weapon was used in any other crimes across the nation, and that will hopefully lead police a little closer to that person of interest.
John Miller, I mean, as John Pistol was saying, I mean, is time on the side of the investigators here?
You know, time floats in these things. And what I mean by that is when we had Cesar Sayoc, the bomber who was sending pipe bombs, including the CNN across New York City, that went on for a number of days where we had nothing. And then literally at 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 leads came together, and then we had a name, we had a face, we had an address, we had a vehicle. With Luigi Mangione, we woke up that day with nothing, and then somebody spotted him in a McDonald's, and police came, and then we had a name, we had a suspect, and we had a murder weapon in a backpack. These things can turn on a dime. So the fact that they've put these pictures out, and now they put more pictures out, is to generate that lead bucket and make sure it's always full with calls coming in, because odds are, with this amount of exposure and this amount of resource, one of these is going to pan out.
Yeah, I mean, anybody, given the skill that this person had to make that shot, somebody who knows this person seeing this photo, I mean, that's another piece.
That was not his first time shooting.
Right,
Somebody's
so-
going to know that in his background.
Right, and clearly there's probably, I mean, John Pistol, there may be a gun range where this person has practiced that would even identify this person.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like from the movies or something where let's go to the gun range, and obviously tracing the gun, as Brianna was referring to, where was that gun acquired? Was it purchased legally? Was it acquired in the black market? And the other thing that they would look at is how they can pursue this, identifying this person through all other means. So not only the physical evidence, the digital evidence, the dark web, as I mentioned, the neighborhood canvas, has anybody seen this person? But also, is this a trigger for some other person to use as a basis for taking some act that they think, okay, this is the start of what I wanted to do, or we wanted to do, whether it formally affiliated or just, again, thinking this, okay, this is the start of it. And this guy shot and killed Charlie Kirk, so I'm going to go and do something else, which I think, unfortunately, then leads to what you might get into later in terms of, are we going to see more virtual appearances rather than in-person appearances? And I imagine that would be the case for people who are wanting to appear in public up until this situation.
Hold on a second.
John Pistol, let me ask you, you were the president of Anderson University in Indiana for 10 years. I mean, it's kind of a ridiculous, I mean, a question I probably wouldn't have asked a couple days ago, but are outdoor political events, whether on college campuses or elsewhere, just too difficult to secure unless there is a presidential level protection?
Yeah, unless the person is bringing their own security package, whether as a top-ranking politician, president, VP, or speaker, or something like that, campus security cannot set up checkpoints. Any campus, however large or wealthy, absent a amazing undertaking of investment of resources. And
I mean,
Charlie
Kirk had, I mean, his security, I was looking at the videos, they certainly seemed to know what they were doing. They were scanning the crowd. It looked like it was a close protection detail, because a lot of them, rushed in right away. They got him into that SUV. They weren't waiting around for an ambulance. They seemed to know how to keep a close protection detail. But unless, we're told by the university there were 6 university police, also assigned to this event, but there were thousands of people there, and clearly no one on the roofs.
Right, and so you don't have, like in Butler, PA, you don't even have the Secret Service and the local police who are not coordinating as well as they should have. As the lessons learned. So here we have a good close package of security, but anything from a distance, obviously just not effective, and fatally so for Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. Brianna, if it is true that the words and phrases were scrawled on the rifle and ammunition, what does that tell you?
Well, this is a throwback in a way to what we saw even just with the Luigi Mangione killing in New York City, where there were notes inscribed on the shell casing. So all of this leads us to think that this is an ideological shooter, and that sort of fits the profile that we're seeing with several shootings, these politically motivated shootings these days, which are increasing frequently by the day. So one thing that we notice about ideological shooters, they tend to be younger in age, 20s and 30s. They tend to have a lot of experience with weapons. They tend to be loners, and they tend to really premeditate their crimes. Not perfectly so. I am confident that law enforcement will catch up with the shooter, but they do put a lot of energy into it because it's almost like a calling for them. They're fighting for some ideological reason.
Brianna Fox, thanks very much. John Pistol as well. John Miller.
Let me look at this one. So I'm looking at this video I just made, but I don't like this one. I'm gonna make a different one.
I want to say a few words regarding the terrible murder yesterday of Charlie Kirk, someone who I strongly disagreed with on almost every issue, but who was clearly a very smart and effective communicator and organizer, and someone unafraid to get out into the world and engage the public. My condolences go out to his wife and his family. A free and democratic society, which is what America is supposed to be about, depends upon the basic premise that people can speak out, organize, and take part in public life without fear, without worrying that they might be killed, injured, or humiliated for expressing their political views. In fact, that is the essence of what freedom is about and what democracy is about. You have a point of view? That's great. I have a point of view that is different than yours. That's great. Let's argue it out. We make our case to the American people at the local, state, and federal levels, and we hold free elections in which the people decide what they want. That's called freedom and democracy. And I want as many people as possible to participate in that process without fear. Freedom and democracy is not about political violence. It is not about assassinating public officials. It is not about trying to intimidate people who speak out on an issue.
You are the coolest.
Political violence, in fact, is political cowardice. It means that you cannot convince people of the correctness of your ideas, and you have to impose them through force. Every American, no matter what one's political point of view may be, must condemn all forms of political violence and all forms of intimidation. We must welcome and respect dissenting points of view. That's what our Constitution is about. That's what our Bill of Rights is about. That, in fact, is what freedom is about. The murder of Charlie Kirk is part of a disturbing rise in political violence that threatens to hollow out public life and make people afraid of participating. From the January 6, 2021 attack on the United States Capitol, to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, to the attack on Paul Pelosi, to the attempted kidnapping of Michigan Governor Whitmer, to the murder of Minnesota's Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman, and her husband.
So again, he's also expressing does not like and disagree with a lot of the rhetoric and talking points, however, does not condone the violence. So what I want to get across in this video is that people need to understand that two things be true at once. People disagree with the talking points, but don't condone the violence. So don't conflate the two and say anyone that says they disagree with the talking points is automatically condoning the violence. No, that's not true, okay? So this is a photo I took of him and trying to see how he could possibly look if he was actually talking. So I want to show y'all, this is what photo I use. Hold on. Slight movement with a little bit of talking. So this photo right here, which is I showed you earlier, what shirt it is, the exact shirt. So this one is one I took. I'm gonna try one more thing really quickly. Put that down.
To the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, to the attack on Paul Pelosi, to the attempted kidnapping of Michigan Governor Whitmer, to the murder of Minnesota's Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, to the arson attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, to the shooting of United Health Executive Brian Thompson, and the shooting several years ago of Representative Steve Scalise, this chilling rise in violence has targeted public officials across the political spectrum. Sadly, this is not a new phenomenon. We all remember the assassinations of President Kennedy, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Senator Robert F. Kennedy, John Lennon, Medgar Evers, and the attempted assassinations of President Ronald Reagan and Alabama Governor George Wallace. This is a difficult and contentious moment in American history. Democracy in our country and throughout the world is under attack. And there are a lot of reasons for that which need serious discussion. But bottom line, if we honestly believe in democracy, if we believe in freedom, all of us, must be loud and clear. Political violence, regardless of ideology, is not the answer and must be condemned. Thank you very much.
So again, we were talking about the controversial topics as it pertains to the Black community, but obviously now the talking points are going to be directed at what did he actually say about the transgender community. Okay, hold on. Transgenderism.
I've known that since like 3rd grade, and I'm currently 19, almost 20. I've known basically since then. I didn't start going by like a different name until 7th and 8th grade. I just don't know, like with the whole medical stuff, like what's true, what's not, what's helpful, because I've heard so many different opinions.
First of all, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm going to have an opinion that very few people will ever tell you, which is I want you to be very cautious putting drugs into your system in the pursuit of changing your body.
Mm-hmm.
I instead encourage you to work on what's going on in your brain first. I think what you need first and foremost is just a diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
Just someone that is going to listen to what you've gone through, listen to what else is going on. My prayer for you, and again, very few people will say this, I actually want to see you be comfortable in how you were born.
Yeah.
I know that you might not feel that way, but I think that is something that you can achieve. I think that with the right team and the right people, you don't have to wage war on your body. You can learn to love your body.
I just want to say I'm a transgender male. What age should kids be able to get things like hormone therapy? Because I don't know what's true, what's not.
Tell me, are you comfortable telling me your story?
I've known that since like third grade, and I'm currently 19, almost 20. I've known basically since then. I didn't start going by like a different name until 7th and 8th grade. I just don't know, like with the whole medical stuff, like what's true, what's not, what's helpful, because I've heard so many different opinions.
First of all, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm going to have an opinion that very few people will ever tell you, which is I want you to be very cautious putting drugs into your system in the pursuit of changing your body. I instead encourage you to work on what's going on in your brain first. I think what you need first and foremost is just a diagnosis, just someone that is going to listen to what you've gone through, listen to what else is going on. My prayer for you, and again, very few people will say this, I actually want to see you be comfortable in how you were born.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one video. So let's see if we can find other videos. Of course, there are people talking about one. They are calling out some people for celebrating his death. They said, I guess, let's see, a transgender team USA cyclist celebrates Charlie Kirk's assassination. Okay, that's one person. Y'all cannot act like everyone is a monolith or one person or a couple people or certain people in the are celebrating. That means everyone is celebrating. Treat everyone as an individual. Okay. And there's another transgender woman is rallying. She's rallying for unity amid tension. See, one person is celebrating, another person is rallying for unity. So everyone is an individual. A lot of times when people are like hateful, they group everybody into one group. That everyone in that group is thinking this or doing that. Yeah. Hold on. Child, that did not age well. Right. Hold on. No, I don't want that one. I want the one of him at the bottom of the stairs walking upward. Shout out to the person that actually sent me those links, so I didn't have to go through all those files to find the most interesting videos on it in those Epstein files. So I will be going over that in another video. Hold on. This is what Matthew actually said, okay? And then now he's fired. So what do you think about that? Wait, I forgot to share my petition. Ooh, not smart. I think my mom's probably shared the link, but let me actually share it. Hold on. Let me see what he has to say about this topic. So I didn't read it. I didn't take it to be that way. That was saying that, you know, oh, well, hate speech is now he deserves to be shot. I didn't take it that. Did y'all take that Matthew meant that? No, it's saying that the possible motive is that is his rhetoric and his hate speech is a possible motive as to why it happened. So I think that people are seeing it as he's condoning violence. I didn't hear in that message that he's condoning violence. He's just saying that the possible motive for the suspect is that the suspect unalived him because of what he said, what he's saying, like a motive. That's not saying that he condones violence, because a lot of people are speculating as to the reason for the people are speculating as to the motive. Why would someone unalive him? Most people are thinking it's because of his speech and what he says. It's not saying that's a justification or it's justified. It's saying that that's a possible motive. I'm just gonna redo this one. Yeah, to be honest, people are acting like it's like it's war now. It's officially war. Now this was at a time before we knew who the shooter was. Now we know it's a white male. Looks like possibly a college student. Now we know that now. So we'll see now how the reactions are going to be now that we can see the person of interest. Okay. But now when they're talking about this something being engraved, how do we also know that's not like a throw off, like leaving that rifle behind and then that rifle has engraved stuff about transgenderism or transgender stuff? Hold on a second. So here's another image that I did. Of how he might look, okay? So this is the one photo right here of going up the stairs, see the shoes, the eagle shirt with the flag. Yeah, that they tried to fix it, but it didn't really work. Still not that clear. Let me look at this one. Hold on. I see something here. Because it's like the bottom stair one is distorted. Again, this is not the real thing. This is me taking a photo, and yeah, some people are thinking the person is white Hispanic and not just white. We don't know. Some angles or some things, and again, let me show you a different one I did. Hold on. So that's one. Wait. I want to try. All right, y'all, that's gonna be it for today. I'll try some more stuff, but I think the other one I did was the best one when I first came online. The photo I showed you when I first came online, I think that's gonna be it, the one when I first started. I have it still. Let me go to it. I think it's a collage. Where is it? Oh, let me actually, before I get out of here, let me actually share this for those that actually want to sign it still, okay? Petition to reconsider the termination of Matthew Dowd, fired from NBSC. So can people please sign this petition? There's already 36 signatures. I just started today. If I can have at least just 14 more people out here just to sign it to get it to 50 for this first day. Again, just 14 more people to sign it. I'm going to share this petition right here. And I already discussed it throughout this live. As many of you know, political analyst Matthew was unfairly fired from MSNBC. The firing came after he made comments on air following the tragic death of Charlie Kirk. Matthew's comments were taken out of context, which I believe, and were not an attempt to blame a victim, but rather an observation about the current state of political discourse. He later clarified his remarks and apologized on Blue Sky for any misunderstanding, but MSNBC still chose to terminate his contract. I'm not saying that he should be punished at all. Okay, let's talk about an actual suspension, training, other options that were given to others previously. This is a clear case of a journalist being silenced for speaking a difficult truth. It sets a dangerous precedent for free speech and open dialogue in our media landscape. We cannot stand by and allow networks to fire commentators for making legitimate points that may be controversial, especially considering that the person he's speaking on is also considered to be controversial. That's why I've started a petition to demand that MSNBC reinstate Matthew. This isn't just about one person. It's about holding media companies accountable and protecting the right to have honest, even uncomfortable conversations. And then, so it goes on further. And one thing I want to read is point 5, a misleading message to the public. By taking the most severe action against Matthew, MSNBC risks sending a public message of implicit support. Pay attention, implicit means it's not going to be obviously known, but it's going to be or shown, but implicit support for the very rhetoric and controversial divisiveness that Mr. Matthew was speaking about. A suspension and a clear statement from the network would be better, and would better condemn both the violence itself and the specific hateful rhetoric that contributes to a climate of violence without unfairly punishing an analyst for attempting to explore this topic. For these reasons, we urge you to reconsider the termination of Matthew. A suspension would serve as a clear consequence for his on-air remarks, while also demonstrating the network's commitment to fairness and the principles of open commentary. If anybody sign that petition, please. My mod did post it. And with that being said, I will see y'all in the next live. I hope y'all enjoyed this live. And I believe so far everything that we've said in the chat comments, I've seen y'all reading y'all comments, and also I've said in the live, has came to pass as far as what's happening with this suspect. Besides, I will say that engravement, the gun rifle thing being left in the woods. I really would not have seen him as ditching a weapon. I would see him as like, unless he was ditching something intentionally. Is he sending messages, and he's really sending messages like by wearing a shirt with this eagle on the front, United States, by engraving stuff onto and like he had this all planned out, methodical, planned out, and intentionally sending messages and like some sort of that's when I know I have to get off. If he's the type that sends a lot of messages through action, sometimes those types end up like taking them, I hate to say it, but they end up taking themselves out. Like they deliver all the messages, they do what they do, and then they take themselves out as a last hurrah, and then they don't go to, so I don't know. So we'll see what he's actually doing, if he's sending messages through his actions of discarding the rifle, intentionally hoping that it will be found to have these messages, if that is true, wearing this shirt and doing certain things. So we will see what's going to be happening with this guy. And hold on, yeah, let me check the petition and see how many signatures we have. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tracy, for signing it. I posted a petition. Please sign it. I posted the link. So yeah, that's the best image to me, is the one I did the first time. So we will see how it turns out this guy looks in the very end. And we will see, how everyone's guesses turned out to be. This is one I think is one of the best ones for me. And then this, I have two that I think are the best. One, if he turns out to be in his 20s, and another if he turns out to be in his 30s. This one is the best one to me, for that he's late 20s, 30s. Right here with this is the shirt with the eagle in the middle with the flag. And this is him running at, walking down the hallway, the yellow tinted walls. And then the far right is him going up the stairs. That's if he's older than what people would assume. And then the other one is if he's young, slightly younger. Will be something like this. I'm leaning more towards, I don't know. Anyways, what we can say is that is the shirt. Anyways, I love y'all, and I'll see y'all in the next live. Bye.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should have left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. Things have to change. I can't stay this way anymore. Change is a good thing for me. I'm tired of the same old thing. So I'm trying something new, exploring something new. I'm not afraid of starting over today. It's a new day, a new me is coming. You'll see, I see it, I believe it, gonna do it. You'll see. I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. I want more than this. I want more than this. I deserve whatever I want, my heart's desire. I want more than this. What is this? This isn't it. What is this? This isn't how it's supposed to be. This isn't how my life's supposed to be. It's not how I imagined it would be. I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. Oh, don't ask me why. I gotta go. I gotta go. I should've left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. I want more than this. What is this? This isn't it. What is this? This isn't how it's supposed to be. This isn't how my life's supposed to be. It's not how I imagined it would be.